And we're live.
Hello!
Woo! Hello!
Pushing the wall.
Push the wall, raise the roof.
That's the first joke of this live stream. Yeah.
Tiny apartments.
Raise the apartment roof. Because it'd be little.
I can actually, no, I can. I can.
If I jump, I can touch my roof.
I kind of touch the roof standing up, but my roommate can't, and she gets super frustrated about that. So how are you guys doing?
Pretty good. I've just been resting. And, yeah.
I'm coming down with a cold.
Oh no.
So I woke up with a sore throat and a headache this morning. So that's fun.
Oh.
But the good news is,
Eat lots of garlic.
I found my electrical tool.
For what purpose
Oh,
is
yay.
it that you not have a cold? Stupid joke. You went from cold to electrical tool, and it's like, I'm gonna fix my cold.
I was looking for my NyQuil because everything is still in boxes. I didn't find my NyQuil, but I found my electrical tool.
Oh, that's good.
Everyone needs an electrical tool.
Does it have like different top attachments? Is it one of those?
Yeah.
Oh, those are so cool. Because then they're like diverse.
I have a whole bunch.
Ooh. Make all the holes.
Yes. I don't think my roommates will let me, but hey, they're gone for the weekend, right?
Just go crazy.
Yes.
When I went to fashion school, I got a big toolbox full of sewing supplies, and I found it weird because the only two actual literal tools in there were a stapler and a really bad screwdriver. So the rest, it's covered in stickers now, and it's got various things in it, but no actual tools in there.
I made my own toolkit. I just bought this this like, you know how they'll have near the aisles where they'll have like soap and shampoo and toothpaste and everything? They'll have those like bags you're supposed to use for like to-go stuff when you go on vacation. Well, the guys' bags are like way better, just so you know. So I got one of those, and that's now my toolkit. And so it's just this, zippy thing. And so it just has all this random stuff, like there's food coloring and an X-Acto knife and, this really cool I'm going to show you guys this multi-screwdriver thing. It's so stupid, but I love it.
Food coloring, though. When are you going to be in a situation where you're going to color cupcakes?
You can never tell.
This is the toolkit.
I cannot see.
Has all the different things. You just like put one up and then you pull it back down.
It's fabulous.
It is. It has a little light. You can't see, but it has a light, so just so fancy. Huge thing of black food coloring because that's necessary now.
Of course it is. It's always necessary.
Yeah. Just in case. You never know. Just make some black ooze fall from my mouth or something. And then this is my sewing kit. It's very little.
Aww.
And I have tiny colored pencils in a little box.
Oh, so little.
Yep, so that's my toolkit.
I have a friend, Lainey, who I was told she carries around what she calls a hoe bag, and it's full of like little tools, a knife, and makeup, and like eyeliner and stuff, and she just carries around with her wherever she goes. She's like, it's just in case, it's my whole bag,
That's
which
smart.
is the most absurd word for it.
Like, I just don't get why it's a hoe bag.
Shut up.
Hi guys.
I
I don't either. Like,
I don't know why it doesn't have my camera on, but oh well.
It's a lovely picture of you anyway, so that works too.
Oh, it's nothing.
I don't know, there's like a button you push to get the camera up.
Do I?
Yeah, like on the top you scroll.
I can see you guys.
Oh, do you have like a your account? Maybe the little light.
Oh, well, I took a picture of you, which is weird.
How did you take a
You
photo?
opened an app.
I opened an app?
So go on the top of the page.
Yeah.
And there'll be like, there's a microphone with a slash through it, and a camera with a slash through it, and a thing that looks like the Verizon bars.
Yeah. It
So
says
click
my
the
camera's
camera.
on, but
Oh, really?
yeah.
Maybe try turning it off and on again? Which is just the solution for all technology.
I'll just keep clicking it till it works.
Advice from an Irishman. Also, if you click settings, it'll pull up which options you have. The little cog.
Like there's a microphone with a flash through it, and
Stop.
What's that?
then click the camera.
Sorry, that was
Wildly
me.
unnecessary.
Oh.
Solution for all technology.
Is Final Fantasy working for you yet?
No. I've been working at this for 45 minutes.
Oh.
And I'm so sad. Demon Souls will load, but not Final Fantasy.
Well, that's just demonic.
Oh,
Sorry.
Puns.
Like back in February, I bought a copy of Resident Evil 6, and I was so excited for it because I got it on sale and wanted to play it. So, still doesn't work. It's been like 7 months, and I still can't get that thing to work.
Yep.
And it's just the game, not the game system.
It's just the game. Every other thing, DVDs, Blu-rays, other games will load.
It'd be funny if you got like the mini games to work. So now Final Fantasy Pro has mini games on it.
Hold on, let me try on my laptop, Rachel.
Okay.
Can you invite me?
Oh yeah. I'll send you an email.
Okay.
The emails were weird.
Hey Rachel, what's the schedule going to be for this live
Guys.
stream? Sorry. What?
So the schedule is on our Tumblr feed as well as our Facebook feed for anyone watching. And then, so at 1 o'clock, we're going to have Elsa on for a live drawing session. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to have Shadow on for some talk of crime and horror stuff. And then after that, it's going to be a couple of various interviews and then some readers' theater, but mostly just interviews for today.
Okay.
There you go. I was having a hard time doing a live stream and then updating any of our social feeds because I'm not smart enough to be able to type and think at the same time. So someone will say something and I'll be typing, and it takes 5 minutes for me to write a single sentence.
I have the same thing sometimes. Unless they're like ignorable, and then it's just like, I don't care what you're saying.
Like a big box on your head. I can't do that with writing either. Like, I can't have on any kind of music or talking in the background. Those just I'm not getting anything done.
I always need music on. I like lose focus. Especially if it's music that like, fits the mood. Me? It depends for what for fiction writing, it depends on the mood I want. And sometimes if I just want to like write a lot of stuff really quickly, I started to listen to a lot of these dubstep like compilation things, like this podcast called Going Quantum, and so it's all just like and it just like gets you like focused. You're like, yes, I am doing something amazing, even though I'm like, and then she sat on, a chair. Ta-da! But you feel kind of like, yeah, like this is all getting down and the ideas are going. Hello, people that are joining again and also new. Hi, Gina.
Oh, Gina, you can unmute your mic if you'd like, and also there's a little chat window if you want to talk to us. Hey, you did say something. Gina got a hold of us this morning, and she has a really cool Tumblr page of her artwork called, I'm going to have to pull up the email because I'm not smart enough to remember it. Gina's a really good artist. I did not know that, so thank you for joining us, Gina.
Yay!
I can't wait to see your art.
Shadow, your video is still not working.
I know. I don't know what the problem is. My camera's working, like on my webcam. I just don't know what the dealio is. Too bad. I was going to show you my puppy, too.
We're missing a puppy. Someone help this woman.
I'll look up on Google how to figure it out.
Oh, that's odd.
Please do. I want to lose you so bad. She's a little cornet. She's so
little. You're kind of going in and out.
Sound like
we're getting half of it.
I'm ready. Oh no. Oh no.
We can't hear you anymore, Rachel. Not in the moment.
Yes. No, we cannot hear you.
No. Well, just for if anyone's watching or will watch, Gina, who has joined us, her Tumblr is drawnbyregina.tumblr.com, and her art style is amazing. I really like, I don't know like all the artsy terms for it, but just how like the shading is all different colors. So like no black is just like it's black. It's like a little bit of blue and a little bit of color and a little bit of orange, kind of to blend through. So that looks really nice. Yeah. Yay! It's all good. Now I'm gonna be distracted for like 20 minutes. Oh, Natasha, we can see you.
It was on the wrong camera. Oops.
Yay! Yay! Oh, we just heard you, Rachel. For like a second.
Yay!
Yay! We can hear you. All right, things are working out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Things coming up. Dog, please. Can we see dog? Dog?
Yes.
Dog now? Oh my god!
Is that a dog? That is a dog.
So cute. Hello, puppy.
Más mañana.
She's got no elbows. Oh my god. Oh, this is so cute.
She's cute. She's a jerk.
Oh,
She'll help me read later.
she's a cute jerk.
Cute
Yay! Oh, can I make Lucy a hat? A little deerstalker? Like,
We could do that. But I don't think she digs that. She's like, stop it. You guys are jerks.
oh,
Okay.
oh my god. Oh.
Yeah. So what's the first part of the live stream, guys?
Oh, she's just so. Oh, so the first hour was mainly like if we wanted to talk about the things that we're going to do for the convention or just like past stories and whatever. But mostly it was for technical difficulties. But that happened last week too, so.
Nice.
And we've got another good 15 to 20 minutes before we have Elsa on, and I'll keep an eye out to see.
Cool beans.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to do. I have to invite all the guests because I forgot to, so I'm gonna do that now. So if you guys can talk amongst yourselves for a while.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say about the con.
Bring sunblock. It's right on the water.
Yeah, that's actually, I almost was going to post a picture of this huge red mark I had on my arm from just sitting.
My face got sunburned.
Yeah, so this is, it is California. It is Berkeley.
Surprise! We do get
beginning of August.
Sometimes.
Lots of sun. So lots of sunscreen, a good
sun hat, parasol.
Get a lot of Mrs. Hudson wedding cosplay with her big floopy hat.
Yes, that'll definitely help.
Yeah. Really, really big deerstalker like falls over your face. Put a little wire in it so it's like huge. It will be an actual death frisbee because it'll hurt.
And then you'll sit there and go, why did I ever think of that?
Yeah. So, Sherlock makes you do crazy things. So, makes sense. Yeah, but it should be a really nice climate, though. Disney and the Marina is usually really nice, so that'll be fun. And hopefully clear skies for really good pictures.
Definitely. Hey, Natasha, how's volunteer work going?
It is going very well. We could probably use a couple more. Shout out to people watching. But
Volunteer!
volunteer, it's fun, and I'll feed you snacks.
Yes.
It's on
And
me.
you get to see our gorgeous faces.
Yeah.
And work for free membership to the con.
Yeah.
8-hour shifts, even if they're spread across 2 days, can still be counting as an 8-hour shift and get you free membership.
Which
Yeah.
is so very worth it. And then not only do you get to participate in con, you get to be part of what makes it so awesome. So
Yep.
it'll work out.
And 4 hours a day isn't that much to commit if you split it.
No.
2
Still
hours in the
good
morning, 2
panels.
hours in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Or 2 hours in the evening on Saturday. Because we do have night programming.
Yes. Excellent.
18 and
Excellent night
over.
programming.
Is it? Am I saying that?
It's screen share?
Oh,
It's screen
so
share.
we are joined by Elsa Chang, who is going to take us into a live drawing session soon.
It's funny because we keep saying our faces and just being like, what? Then another
Like,
couple.
like, I know I'm beautiful, but wow.
Like that.
But yes,
There's a
so
One Direction song about
No, we're not going to speak of that.
no.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. But no, so like I said, bring sunscreen for the weekend. Also, maybe bring a sweater because surprise, it's on the water and it's a little bit chilly if you're like me and have poor circulation.
Both true, so
Right? California's really back and forth that way.
We're weird. We're in that weird area where it like gets cold at night. Sort of.
but we're still much more in between. We don't have as many extremes. It's not like, and now you're burning alive and now you're freezing to death.
Yeah, that was Idaho. I grew up in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
In the day, it was like 100 and some odd degrees, and then at night it was like 50 degrees. So it dropped like 50.
Drop it. Stop eating my toy, June.
Oh, puppies.
Get the tail off.
Oh.
Dogs suck.
Oh no,
She doesn't. She's the puppy.
Lucy! No.
My name's June. Lucy. Who's Lucy?
What is the name of your dog?
Wait, forget.
Her name is June, like June Carter.
Oh,
Very nice.
Because her brother-in-law has a dog named Cash, so we thought it was Cash and June.
Very nice.
Side note, guys, don't sprain your wrist. It hurts.
Don't sprain anything. That would be the best.
Yeah.
Right? Do not hurt yourselves, please.
You need to be healthy for con. Just for convention. Whatever else you want to do after that, just,
Yeah.
But that. Sherlock Con joined again?
Wow, there are 2 of them.
They're multiplying!
Ah, okay. I'll look at
Wait, why is it needed? Oh Lord. What did I do? Hit something.
it. I don't
We
know.
have no idea.
The world may never know.
What were the world know?
No,
Or not
nothing.
know? Or
Nothing. Nothing.
Sorry,
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Can you tell what I've been reading and watching recently?
That Thrones of Games.
whatever Jon Snow is in.
Game of Thrones. Yeah.
There's a show that has dragons.
It has dragons. That's all that matters. Dragons! I just realized how horrible my hair looks.
Your hair looks lovely.
I look like Cousin It.
Well, now you do. But that's a compliment, I think.
Cousin It had fabulous hair.
I mean, cousin is fine, bro.
Cousin It was married and everything. Had a baby It. Seems like a pretty good life. Must have used a lot of conditioner, though.
Yeah. I just bought conditioner 2 weeks ago, and I'm already running out of it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I bought the expensive stuff.
Oh.
Never buy the expensive stuff when you know you have a lot of hair.
True.
Which reminds me.
Not just thinking about my hair and petting it because I used conditioner recently. Yay. Soft hair. I would just use like a shampoo, conditioner, you know, the 2 bottles. Nothing special because that doesn't just seem worth it.
Side note, the good stuff actually makes my hair smell fabulous, Al.
That's good.
Now you have a mustache.
Ah, yeah.
Let's get some facial hair up in here.
I need to perfect my John Watson mustache.
Can I do it? Can I? Oh, no, it's not long enough. No.
So what panels are you guys looking
Am
for?
I doing it? Oh.
Sorry, say that again, Natasha.
Oh, what panels are you guys looking forward to?
I
don't know.
All of them.
Oh.
No, but a lot of them sound really, really good. I don't know. What panels have been officially announced? I should really check that.
I know, because I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm also like...
Yeah.
I'm excited for this panel and this panel, but I can't tell you about them.
It's a secret. You have to, you know, be in the know.
Yeah.
Or be in charge of panel applications like me. Which a few of them still need to be confirmed. If anyone happens to be watching this.
You should confirm it.
Yes, just, you know. No, too much pressure, but a little bit of pressure. No, but I was actually just talking to someone about how one thing that's great about SherlockCon is we'll get people who, you know, take it very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's real actual, like, intelligent debates and, you know, slideshows and real, not performances, real, like...
Really, dog?
I can't think of the word. It's just taken seriously, you know, because Sherlock Holmes can be a very serious subject, and there's a lot to it in the different universes, so it's nice there's people who are suggesting to be intelligent. Why are you giggling?
I'm sorry, my dog is ruining my nose. I was listening to you, and then in the corner of my screen, she was under the covers. So I was trying to focus, and she just...
It's totally cool.
I was listening, though.
No, I believe it. I was just like, either I've done something wrong, or something has happened.
No, you were just fine.
No, it's a very cute puppy.
I didn't want to, like, turn around and be like, no, while you were talking. So I was like...
Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah. There's also a lot of
Molly,
game
when you
panels.
were talking, you were
What? Rachel, what did
sorry,
you say?
when you were talking, Molly, there's so much lag for me. When you were talking, Molly, you were just going like this to think of the word really, and you're saying really, like real, and then in the background you can hear say, really, dog? I thought it was really funny. It was really funny.
Very nice. Really? Right now?
Yes. Oh.
I'd be the same if there's any animals in this room, but the door is closed, and that's why.
I know. I just don't want to shove her downstairs, so I'm like,
No, don't. With puppies, you always want to be with
Keep
them.
her. Keep
Also, we can, if things get quiet, you can just be like, the puppy again! And then we'll be all good.
So it's a crowd, please.
Yeah. No, but what I was just saying quickly is that quite a few of the panel spaces are games. So there'll be a game of Sherlockian Werewolf, which is very fun. And then there's a Cards Against Humanity thing that's going to happen. Very exciting. So there will be intelligence and then idiocy in a perfect balance, as Sherlock Holmes.
Drunken idiocy.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, drunken idiocy.
If you are of the legal age and are going to be responsible while drinking, then yes, drunken idiocy. Especially if you have a hotel room, in there, so there's no driving. You just walk home or walk and just fall down.
No, I mean the Cards Against Humanity game.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. And just still age responsibly. Yeah.
Ooh, so it is 9 o'clock, and if you guys like, we can take it over to Elsa C, and she can start her live drawing session. Ooh, infinite windows.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hey.
Hi. I'm just gonna. I don't know why it prompted me to open up the settings, but I don't think I need it. Oh no, why is it? Is it still infinity looping? Or
Yes.
let me try that.
That's why I wiggled my hand to
Yes,
see it
and-
move through the different.
Okay, I got the right one now. All right. So it's just my desktop now. Okay. Yeah. No, I took the wrong settings. So. Oh, I'm so excited. Well, I'm gonna tweak this and hopefully get some of my friends coming as well. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Sweet. Let's see.
I like your background, Elsa.
Oh yeah, it changes every minute, so I've got a ton of screensavers. Well, I could start up with a warm up or something, and just gradually wait for people to come in.
Oh, and anybody in the call right now, if you would have if you have any questions for Elsa, go ahead and put them in the chat and we can get to the time.
Yeah, I'll just do some warm up. You guys can feel free to ask me questions as well, or I can just aimlessly doodle. I don't know what I'm gonna draw. I'm probably just gonna draw a bunch of Sherlock heads. But,
Woo! Sherlock heads are the best heads. To get us started off, general sort of, how do you get started drawing, Elsa?
Well, I started when I was really young, probably I had an interest in it when I was about 3 years old, and my mom, she enrolled me in private art classes from the time I was 6 until I was 13 years old, and then I went on to in arts high school, and I've basically been just pursuing like illustration, watercolor. I want to be a children's book illustrator, still do, but I've always been fascinated with animation as well. So, but it seemed so like unreachable. It's like I don't know how one goes about getting into animation. All I knew was like, oh, traditional art and um, watercolor, oil painting, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what I pursued even into college. I went to an arts college, and and then they actually had courses there for like concept drawing for animation and gaming. I was like, that's awesome. That is what I want to do. So I kind of switched tracks. It wasn't too different from illustration. Um, so that's kind of how I got started. And yeah, I've been loving it since, because like I didn't really figure out 100% what I wanted to do until I was in college. Um, I still want to do children's book illustrations, and I think that'd be a lot of fun. And I'm pretty happy with where I am now.
Nice. For children's book, sorry. Do you have any favorite illustrators who do children's books that you're quite?
Favorite illustrators. There are a lot of contemporary artists that I absolutely love. Most of them, they work in animation, so they do the children's books for the animated films that they've worked on. So like any of the Golden books, I love those, and I love Mary Blair, and she's like this amazing concept artist from like the 70s. She worked on Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland, and she designed pretty much the ride Small World at Disneyland. It's in her style, very fun, graphic, and colorful. It makes me happy looking at that. So yeah, anything really cheery. I love looking at those type of artwork. It makes me happy. This is like the only profile.
Nice. Do you have any
I can't draw him like in any other, facing any other direction. I need to like practice that more. His profile is just so right at all Sherlocks.
It's a good profile. You came out with that super quick. Do you have any favorite mediums that you like to work in? You mentioned oil and watercolor.
Yeah, well, I started with watercolor, so that's a medium I'm pretty comfortable with, but it's pretty intimidating because it's so permanent, and there's no like undo button, or I can't just erase something that I've done on accident. But I love working in graphite pencil and ink, watercolor. Those are my three main mediums that I use all the time. But yeah, those are like, if I have a sketchbook out, I'll definitely use one of those three mediums. I'm actually I downloaded this brush, a set of these brushes yesterday, and they're actually these really cool brushes. They're made by Shiun Kim. He's a character designer at the Disney Animation Studio, so I figured I'd test them out for this live stream. I'm really happy with them. They're really great. It's fun to work with.
I was about to ask about those. They're really nice brushes. Do you have any like kind of settings, or I know a lot of artists, they have particular ways that when they're working in Photoshop or any illustration program, they have particular brush sets or particular ways that they use the program. Do you have any like do you have any sort of like tips?
I'm terrible at making my own brushes. So actually, I probably, out of the set that I use, I probably only have one that I've actually made myself. All the other brushes I've taken from like coworkers at the various animation studios that I've worked at. A lot of them are from Disney, so I like, and those are great brushes. So I use those ones all the time. I wish I could say that I knew how to make brushes. I just buy them or borrow them from friends or ask friends if I can have some of their brushes. But I have no idea how I could go about it. It's something to really experiment with, and um, I haven't really had much time to do that. I'll try and draw Watson here.
So outside of
Yeah, go ahead.
outside of the Sherlock Holmes fandom, what kind of things what kind of particular what's the word, subjects do you enjoy drawing?
I've always liked drawing animals. Like I love animals so much. And like really cute girls. So like I'll draw superheroines. So like Catwoman and the Black Widow. I like drawing them, and a little bit like pin-up-y as well. But ballerinas. I love drawing ballerinas. Dancers. Anything like have a lot of movement and fluidity to them. I love things with a lot of curves, so hence why I draw a lot of girls. But Sherlock has got me like drawing a lot more guys recently, so it's good practice to have. But yeah, I love drawing animals, horses especially. I can draw a horse. Maybe I'll draw a Sherlock horse or something.
Yes.
I'll have a little hat.
Oh my god, that's adorable. One of my favorite things is the Sherlock community. They just do different kinds of things to make them Sherlock Holmes themed. So you've got things like tuna lock or fawn lock, where
Yes.
it's taking those attributes, but it's not Sherlock Holmes at all. At one point, yes, it's just a horse in a hat, but he still solves crimes.
Yeah. Hoof lock or something. Equestria lock.
Hoof lock.
Yeah, my horse lock here. Okay, I'm in a separate layer. Oh my god. Should probably make a larger canvas. I'll probably just doodle things, because like in an hour I'll probably make anything like colored or anything. I'll probably get a lot more done. It's probably more fun to just watch me sketch rather than rendering hair and picking the right color for his blush or something like that. So just do this.
Well, since yesterday we're doing a countdown on our social media of all. Oh my god, how vlog! That is beautiful. We're doing that countdown of the days left until the convention,
yes.
And the piece that you had done was teased. Can you tell us at all about that?
Yeah, that one. I was looking at some of the past posters, and some of them did have like the iconic Golden Gate Bridge in the back. And I felt like making a poster that's like especially geared towards this convention, and something that's very iconic in the Bay Area is obviously the gate. So I wanted to put that in there, but I was also really inspired by this artist, this French illustrator. Her name is Annette Marnette, and she's this amazing artist. She had done an editorial illustration for, I think, a magazine about composers, and she had a very minimal style to that illustration, and I absolutely loved it. And I love the colors she used. It was only like navy blue and pink for the flesh. So I kind of took that as inspiration to make this this poster, because I was trying to think, what could I possibly do? And usually if I'm stuck at something, I'll look at my favorite artists for inspiration, and not necessarily copy what it is they do, but take little things here and there. It's like, oh, how can I make this different? And so that's how I came up with that poster. And I set it in the nighttime because it's like dark, mysterious, which is kind of the theme of detective novels. So I wanted to go with that. And yeah, I added some fog in there. Yeah, I love seeing those pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge just engulfed in like fog, and all you can see is like the tip of it, the top of the bridge. So I thought it's really fascinating. So I added that. And yeah, Sherlock and John, yeah, on the case probably, looking on the case on Sherlock's phone. So that was the process. That poster.
Awesome. Speaking of the bridge, I actually work right on Fisherman's Wharf, and every single day when I'm going to catch the F line to get home, I see the bridge, and most of the time it's either slightly engulfed in fog, completely engulfed, or completely clear. And it's the foggy days that are the nicest.
Yeah, I would love to go and see that. I think the furthest north that I've traveled is to Berkeley, and I could see San Francisco from across the bay, but it was so foggy I could hardly see the bridge itself. But yeah, it's nice. Someday I'd like to visit. Sherlock happy here to see Watson.
Can you talk any about the sort of industry things that you've done with your artwork in the past couple of years?
Yeah, so I graduated art school in 2010, and we had a portfolio review for all the graduating students. And so a lot of studios would come, like Pixar, Disney, Sony, Leica. They would all come down, and we would have like a quick interview with each of them. And I actually got to talk to Disney Publishing, and they liked my work, so they gave me a test. And they liked the test that I did, so the book that they had me illustrate for was the Brave book for Pixar. And so that was my first job out of college. Not necessarily animation, but it's tied into it because it's illustrating a book about an animated film. And I freelanced for about a year and a half from home, just working as a character designer for various studios like Disney Interactive, and I worked for Disney Junior, and I've done a couple of character designs for some other small film studios and companies. And my first major in-studio job was at Disney Animation, and it was as a trainee for 6 months, and that was like an amazing dream come true because Disney is where I've always wanted to work since I was little, and so to be able to have the opportunity to do that, I was just ecstatic. So I trained there for a bit. I didn't necessarily work on any of the films there because I was just a trainee. Really, what they do is just we work on our own personal projects, and then we have mentors that will critique our work and give us positive feedback. And after the training program, I had a friend working at Sony who I actually went to school with and graduated with at the same. He was looking for a character designer, so he hired me on. So I was at Sony for 6 months, working on a couple of projects, a lot in development. So they will either come out in like 7 years, or they won't see the light of day at all. So that's how you can work on a project that'll take years for it to actually complete, or it could just be put away on the shelf for a very, very long time. After that, I went over to Paramount, and I was there for about 5.5 months. And I actually got to work on a film that's coming out pretty soon. It's coming out in January of next year, so I'm really excited about that. And then at the end of or at the beginning of January, end of May, I went over to Nickelodeon, and that's where I am now, and I'm doing character designs for a show that's coming out next year. That's my industry experience and journey.
Nice, that's so awesome. Out of all the places that you worked, do you have sort of a favorite as far as like the company went, or as far as the work environment?
Yeah, a lot of people ask me that. It's I like everyone for their own different reasons, and oh gosh, I really liked Disney because of the community and how they really wanted to bring all the artists together. So there was a lot of events that happened, like Christmas parties, and we got to celebrate Paperman winning the Oscar. So it was great to be part of that. And then at Sony, it was a smaller studio, so you got to know the people a little better. And every person I met at all these studios, they're all great, wonderful people. And I would love to work with all of them again. And it's different from studio to studio. Every studio has its own, like, my own little personal thing that I like about it. So like Nickelodeon now, it's the first television studio that I've worked at, and so it's very fast-paced, but the artists here are just wonderful, and they try to also bring the artist community together as well, and they have little parties here and there, and that's always nice to have, rather than just working at a studio and not being able to talk to someone else in a different department. And you want everyone to be to know each other, and because we're essentially collaborating with one another, and so it's great to meet everyone and be friends with as many people as you can at the studios that you work with. I'll draw another animal here.
You said earlier that you quite enjoy drawing animals. Do you have any kind of favorite preferences, or do you get some requests a lot for any particular animal?
Well, I've always been infatuated with horses and unicorns. I was like one of those girls that collected so many toys and had like shelves full of plastic horses and all those collections. I generally like to draw four-legged animals. They also seem to be the most complex of the fauna group to draw. Their anatomy is not too different from humans, but a lot of people have some problem grasping how it is they work. So what I generally like to do, I could draw an anatomy of a dog right now, maybe. A bit weird. So, so just like humans, all mammals, they have their skull and their neck and their vertebrae and their spine, but they have a longer toe bone. And they have their rib cage and shoulder blades and their elbow here and then the leg. So it's just stretched in different proportions. That's basically a very simple wiring of a dog. And it's not too different from other quadrupeds like giraffes, horses, lions. They're all built pretty much the same. Maybe I made his neck a little too long. And then I'll draw and everything else that layers on top of it, skin, fur, fat, can cover a lot of the anatomy, so it can get confusing drawing animals, especially if they have thick fur that cover their limbs and joints, so it's always good to draw from the inside out. I think Redbeard is, I forget what dog he is, but very shaggy. I think he's like an Irish setter or something, but I'll just draw him like that. And he's tall. I'll give him a little pirate hat or something. Are there any requests that people would like to see me? Any particular subject or character they would like to see me draw? You can go ahead and try. Sorry, did you say something? I kind of broke in and out there. I'll also like flip a drawing over. It's kind of basically like taking a piece of paper that you've drawn on and then holding it up to the light and then turning it around to see if it looks great. Because it'll give you a different perspective on things, and I do that all the time. Oh, I'm looking at red here. It's kind of cute. Good job. I'll try drawing a Molly because I haven't drawn a girl yet. I think she's my favorite female character in the BBC series. So awesome.
Very quickly, I did want to ask you a little bit about some of the galleries that you've been doing lately. I was this one was back from April, and the your blog spot about like the shows.
I'm sorry, you're breaking in and out there. In April? Which gallery is that? The April show.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I can't hear you at all. Say that again? Okay. Or you can type it in and I can read it. Oh, yeah, the mic is cutting in and out. But you can type out the question, I can read it. Oh, yes, the K-pop show. Yeah, the Sailor Moon show. I was asked by, I had worked with the artist who curated it back at Paramount, and he asked if I'd like to be a part of the show, and I was like, yes, definitely. I grew up on Sailor Moon. I adore that show. So, yeah, and I made a piece for that, and did this combination of watercolor and gouache, and a little bit of sumi as well. So that was just really fun to be a part of. I'd like to do more galleries soon. I'm really crossing my fingers that someday there will be a Sherlock gallery, and I will definitely want to be a part of that.
Hi, Elsa. Did you see that Rachel posted another question on the chat?
Oh.
Uh,
How often do I get approached to do gallery or charity shows? It's usually I'll get approached by people who know me or is a friend of a friend, and the last charity show I did was a Doctor Who one in December. That's the very first charity show that I've ever done. I do mainly galleries based off some sort of like pop culture reference, or it's like Sailor Moon, and I've done a Pokemon one in Minneapolis. But those are generally the ones that artists in animation will get approached by. Because we're already working in the entertainment industry, so we grew up on a lot of these things, and so it's generally we're the artists that they generally will approach to do shows like that. But yeah, I would like to do more shows. I'm definitely open to it. I get emails sometimes asking if I would like to participate, and if I have the time, I always say yes. And it's always lots of fun having your work hung up in a gallery. It's good.
Yeah. And back to what you said about Molly Hooper, why is she your favorite Sherlock character?
I think I just like how very sweet she seems, but she's obviously very good at her profession, and I think she's a very like go-getter type of girl, and I like that. And she calls people out on things that aren't right, or make her upset. And she's just this great character. Pretty funny. Oh, just really like her.
She's a good character.
She is.
Yeah. Have you liked how she has been changing a bit from the first season to the second season to the third series?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think now that Sherlock's appreciates her a lot more and sees her as someone he can really trust, I think the viewers have begun to do that as well. And I really hope to see more of her in the next season. And the writer did a pretty good job writing Molly Hooper, so I would like to continue seeing excellent writing for her.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more of her in series 4 too, because she is. I like that I see her standing on her own more.
Yes.
Not just kind of following Sherlock around. Like she really is doing things for herself and trying to find herself a bit more. So I think that's good for her. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of an overlooked thing, as she is amazing at her profession. Because Sherlock would not deal with someone who was bad at it.
Right.
Like he would only go for someone who was the right mind to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And is she your favorite character in all the different adaptations of Sherlock Holmes? Or just Sherlock?
Molly Hooper?
Mm-hmm.
She's specifically only for BBC Sherlock, isn't she? Has she been in...
Oh, no, I mean just as a general thing, like it's...
Oh, a general character? Or...
Yeah.
she's definitely different, and that's what I like about her. I actually quite liked um, Miss Adler as well in the BBC adaptation. Uh, they definitely took a different route with her. Um, but yeah, of course, Sherlock, the main character, he's always wonderful. Oh, there's so many layers on actually.
So is Sherlock BBC then your favorite adaptation of Sherlock Holmes? Have you seen quite a few of them, or just
I
Sherlock?
have. I've seen Billy Wilder's
Mm-hmm.
The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes. I like that one too, and um, I've watched the first Warner Brothers Sherlock Holmes, and it was enjoyable. It's not my kind of movie though. I'm not really so much an action adventure type of movie. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I like things with I guess I don't know the way that BBC did it. It really held my attention. I wasn't bored for 1 second. If
Mm-hmm.
it's too much action, then my mind just starts to drift. I just can't concentrate on something that has too much action scenes in it. What else could I do? Okay. Try it. I'll do an AU or something. I'll do a superhero AU.
Are there any other AUs that you're interested in, like drawing and or following when other people make them?
Let me think about it. I don't follow too many AUs. There's some that have been really creative. I know there's so many of them. My friend does like vampire lock, and I think that's pretty funny. Where she draws Sherlock as a vampire. And I think of them as like the otter and the hedgehog is really cute.
Oh yeah.
I have a friend that that draws them as teddy bears. Oh, I think that's really cute too. Let's see. Yeah, I don't follow a whole lot.
Okay.
What will I be selling at the convention? What can you guess? See. I have a sticker set that I printed recently, and it's of like Chibi, Sherlock, and John. I'll be selling that, and I have my prints. I have my carousel Sherlock set, and I have my sketchbook of all the Sherlock drawings that I've done in the past 2 years. I have some larger prints. I have a like a Hulock print, and I have a couple of I have one with Sherlock and John. I have two with Sherlock and John. I have a print that is, I guess, another like, I guess you could call it an AU. It's the Brady Bunch, but it's with all the Sherlock casts, and another one where it's like the Backstreet Boys album cover, but it's with Baker Street Boys. Yeah, I got a couple of buttons as well, just things you would usually see at like comic and anime conventions, I'll have all those. Oh, I have cosmetic bags that I've made too, and those did
awesome.
yeah, those did really well. So I've ordered more, and I hope I can get them in on time.
Yeah. No, that sounds like you're gonna be the table to be at. Like,
Uh,
seriously. Yeah.
well, I hope people come, and I would love to talk to people about
Yeah.
Sherlock or just art. It's always a lot of fun to do conventions.
Yeah. Uh, are you looking forward to meeting other artists that do a lot of Sherlock Holmes art?
I actually got to meet a lot of them at this past convention, Anime Expo.
Okay.
Like Alice Dang. I've met her before at a previous Anime Expo, and I got to table next to Reaper Sun at Fanime, and I got to see her again at AX, and yeah, there's just amazing artists. There's so many that I follow, that I hope can do conventions soon so I can meet them, or at least on the West Coast, or I would love to fly over to on the East Coast to go to like T2MB or all the great conventions over there as well.
Right.
Dorothy, Batman.
Do you have any other fan artists? Do you have any favorite fan artists who do similar work to you? Like any that work with Sherlock stuff, or Keela, or Sailor Moon, Disney, etc.?
Other artists that draw what like my interest. Yeah, there are. I follow like 900 blogs on Tumblr, so
Oh wow!
I know I lose track of all of them. I can't keep track of my own dashboard. I pop in every once in a while. Yeah, Reaper Sun is a big favorite of mine. I've been following her work for about maybe 7 years now, and she actually got me into watching the BBC series, and I think there's so many artists. In Chelsea, she does a lot of Hobbit and Sherlock fan art.
Could you repeat her name? Your mic went out for just 1 second.
Oh, Inchels?
Inchels.
Inchells, yeah.
Cool.
And an artist named Emmy Lou. And I'll make sure I pronounce some of their names correctly, because I think Deepsy, I think, is another one. I know her by her real name. Her name is Beth. But, oh gosh. So many names right now just whirling through my head. Just want to, like, be able to catch one or two of them. Like, oh, there's so many artists. Like hours ago, she does some really great Avengers art. And there's too many. There's too many artists that I love. I can't name them all.
Those are some really good ones, though.
Yeah, great artists.
Yeah. So on to more of original work. How do you, or like, what is your character design process when you're working with these different companies? Like, how do you start? How do you flesh out the character? How do you make all the decisions because, a lot goes into it.
Yeah. Well, it depends on. You always start with like the personality of the characters, and kind of go from there. And you gotta look at shape language because that's really important in animation. Shape language and color can tell a lot about a character.
Can you explain shape language a little bit more
Yeah.
for someone who doesn't know as much?
Yeah, I can. Probably better for me to draw it out than explain it. I look at a lot of animated films and I study like the type of personality in the characters and the type of designs. There's kind of like an archetype and that they use for a lot of the films. Not every single one follows the same archetype, but like for characters that are a little more round, say like Eve from Wall-E. She's a very round character, so she doesn't mean any harm. Like curves equals like soft and kind. And then you have like Scar from the Lion King, where all he is angles. He has this goatee. His nose is very sharp. He's got like this mane that is just angles. Like all these angles you see on him, like angles equals like evil or antagonist. Those are like generally the things that we follow in animation. You'll even see, I don't know, there's a little square there. It's something that it's always been around since like the Disney days of the old films, and it's just easier to read if you can look at a design and see right away what type of personality they are. And the same with what they wear, and the colors that they wear as well. Like if you look at Tangled, Rapunzel, she wears this happy purple color. I tend to draw Rapunzel. And then you see Mother Gothel, and she's wearing just red and black. Or did I say Mother Gothel? I think I meant to say Mother Gothel. Well, I've never drawn her before, but she has these intense cheekbones that just pop out. Again, to like signify the shape language, that she's got these angles on her. Her lips are very thin. Her nose is very straight and sharp at the end. So you can look at her, you know that she could potentially, I know she doesn't, she's treats Rapunzel, or she thinks she treats her nicely, but you look at her and you know that something's up with her. She has this big curly hair. Can't quite remember how it goes. But yeah, basically her colors are red and black, and Rapunzel's is this light, happy purple. So in animation, yeah, we use color and shapes to design a character, and we try to aim for personality, and make sure that it shines through. But a lot of other things go into like revealing a character in animation. Is not just design. It's a lot about the way they're animated, and the lighting, the certain mood can say a whole lot in just like 1 second of a shot. So, but yeah, it's also making sure when people are designing characters, make sure that they're easy to see as like a silhouette. So I think I'm gonna use like Ariel for this. One of my favorite artists, Disney artists, is Glenn Keane, and he designed Rapunzel, Ariel, Pocahontas, and those are my 3 favorite princesses. And he's an amazing animator and character designer. So I always love his work, but he makes the characters very clear to see. There's not a lot of like complex clothes covering them, or you see Ariel has a lot of curves. So she's a very non-threatening character. So you see like the side of her silhouette. She's pretty easy to distinguish. You look right away and you know this is a mermaid. And you want to be able to pose them in a way where it's very clear. Sometimes in portfolios, I see people draw characters that have a little too much going on. I think they just overemphasize with all the designs and maybe think too much on it, so it ends up being too complicated. And simplifying is the way to go. You want to make sure these characters read well. And so, just like the Sherlock Holmes, like the Jeremy Brett, or the any of the ones on the novels, he has that nose, that distinguishable nose, and then the hat, and you look and you know right away, oh, that's Sherlock Holmes. Unless I have a pipe or something. It's very simple. So it's always best to keep it simplified. No real reason to embellish too much or make things too complicated. You can add little details here and there, but most of all, it's important to make sure that the characters read well. So yeah, that's my little design tutorial.
That was great information. I think it's, there's a lot of budding artists out there that need even the very basics from the experts. So, and it's good to learn because, so are there any so it's coming up to 2, and we have other things scheduled. So is there any other thing you want to end off with, or any other thing you want to say on this live stream before we change it up?
No,
Not to put you under too much pressure.
No, I'll stick around for a bit. Yeah, I'd like to hang out for a bit, and I'm really excited for this convention. It's the first Sherlock convention that I've ever been to, so I'm really excited.
I think you'll have a great time.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. In 3. Oh. I'm a little more excited about this than I am about Comic-Con.
Really?
To meet all the amazing artists and people who are into what I'm into as well. So always great to meet fans, Sherlock Holmes.
That's good. The Sherlock Holmes, it's the perfect time to meet much like-minded people, so you can just like instantly become best friends.
Yes.
Yeah, this is really fun. All right, well, thank you so much for all your beautiful drawings. That was
Oh.
mind-blowingly amazing how quickly you did all of that. And your AEs are adorable as well.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay. I shall sign off the screenshot.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we're moving on to the horror of crime with Natasha or Shadow, whichever name she would like to use right now.
Natasha's fine.
Natasha's
Shadow's for
fine.
hot stuff. In the
Yeah,
hot
well,
stuff.
Rachel always calls you Shadow, and so I always am
That's
like,
right.
wait, oh no, yeah, that's Natasha. Well, for the horror of crime, you need your, hot name.
Right, I guess it sounds more suspenseful.
Yeah, with Shadow. Very good.
Okie dokie. Hi, guys.
That's what it was.
I was on mute the whole time. Sorry. It also was very interesting.
Very
I was trying to listen to everything.
Oh, and thank you, Molly, so much for taking over that. I didn't want to constantly be like going in and out
it
of
got really
microphone and asking
quiet. I'm
questions.
like, I should just sit down and stop doing things, and I'll help. I'm not doing anything important. I'm just like organizing.
You're really good at doing interviews too. Like, you're very good at that.
You fed me like half the questions. But thank you.
Well, yeah, but you rephrase them when I misspelled things. I appreciate that.
I've done it. I don't know. Well, that's how I talk to people. I always feel a little bad because I'll ask them about all of their lives. That's how I get to know people. I'm like, yeah, okay, so where were you then, and how was that, and was that cool? And that's like the whole hangout is just them talking. Yeah.
It's 2:02 now, and we can move to Shadow's discussion on crime and horror in the Sherlock Holmes medium. Just a sort of general question to get us rolling, Natasha. What is your favorite example of what is sort of a quintessential title in the Sherlock Holmes canon, whether it was written by ACD or outside of it? What do you feel is like the quintessential horror piece?
I would have to say, can you hear me okay, by the way, before I start?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Definitely.
I would have to say Hound of Baskervilles, because that one obviously has some really creepy elements, and it's generally acceptable, even in the not horror world. But there's been, I think, horror movie adaptations of that one, and even the new BBC one. Mark Gatiss purposefully made sure that there was a lot of really, really obvious horror elements to it. So I would have to say that one. There's some pastiche that is pretty comparable, but I know that's when people get a little up in arms and, oh shoot, there was one called The Horror of... You guys have to help me. I'll have to find it. I'll look it up in a bit. But a couple of the pastiche, I know people are very critical because then they get a little too horror-oriented and not as mystery-oriented. But I don't know, it just kind of depends on your taste. Definitely Hound of Baskervilles, though. That one is pretty solid. And even then, the new one, if anyone remembers the part where Watson's in there trying to hide from the dog, that one is straight out of a horror movie. And if, you're watching that in the dark, that could definitely, elicit some fearful responses without being too over the top or gory.
Do you feel there needs to be like a soft balance of what can be tamed as psychological horrors and sort of like the more raw, bloody guts one that gives you that gut reaction to it when you're watching in a kind of like horror piece? Because I know that a lot of pieces are either it's strictly psychological or it's strictly blood and guts based. Do you feel like there's any kind of balance that most things need to pull off?
I definitely think there needs to be balance, but I know I've read a lot of like studies and dissertations where in the horror world, different kinds of horror elements in movies and books and things like that apply to different kinds of fans. I know the same goes for mystery and Sherlock Holmes, but say someone who's like the more gore-oriented fan tends to enjoy, the blood and the guts and the really messed up stuff. Those people tend to empathize with the killer in horror movies or the antagonist, as opposed to the protagonists, where normally it's, say it's a slasher movie, for example. It's a bunch of dumb teenagers misbehaving, and then all of a sudden something bad happens. So, I mean, if you broke it down almost like personalities, Moriarty would probably be a gore fan, as to where, say, Watson would probably be a thriller fan. Because then you have the suspense, the thrill-seeking fan, and things like that. So you can relate things like that to Holmes. But I definitely wish there was more of a balance, because then you can have a lot more crossovers. Because I know there's a lot of crossovers, too, with a little bit of Sherlock Holmes and horror. In fandom, there's, I think, zombie AUs, there's vampire AUs, like Elsa said, and I don't know, there's a lot. You can create a lot of balance with a lot of cool things.
Do you prefer more of the psychological torment or the sort of bloody guts things when just like personal tastes?
Personal taste, I tend to like the psychological horror a little more, only because that kind of stems from my love for classic horror things, as to where you have the Vincent Prices and the Basil Rathbone, who did horror and Sherlock Holmes, and things like that, just because it's a lot harder to do by today's standards. I like the gore, mostly because I'm also a makeup artist, so that's kind of cool to look at it, objectively as how you would do that, but I feel like psychological scares in any kind of medium generally impress people more, and it impresses me more.
Do you have kind of a favorite, either in either in Sherlock Holmes canon or outside of it?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out a little bit.
Oh, do you have a favorite as far as like what we just said about the psychological, about in Sherlock Holmes canon or either outside of it?
Can we get back to that question? Because I have a lot of favorites, and I can't think of one right off the bat. That's horror related anyway.
You can pick more than one.
Okay. I really liked, what was the one we read for the podcast that we were, I'm trying to think of the names.
The one with the acid?
Yeah, the one with the acid. What was that one called? I love that story. Oh, The Illustrious Client. Yeah. I like that one just because you have a lot of different characters in that one. And, I mean, the acid thing isn't that scary, I guess, but I guess for a woman in that time it kind of would be. I know it's not really horror-oriented, though, so that's why I'm trying to think of some better ones. I'll think of some, I promise.
We can just come back to it later. One conversation that I have with you every once in a while is that you have a sort of, you really enjoy the more cartoony aspects in horror medium, where it's the cutesy Halloween cartoons, but every time you get kind of into it, you realize like, no, I like the scary stuff more. Do you ever feel kind of do you ever feel like anything in the canon sometimes when we as fans, when we're watching it, we really like those like nice cutesy moments between the characters, whether they're either sort of friendship based or romance based. And then there's the horrific thing happening alongside of it. Do you kind of like the balance that is always there in those things?
I do, but can you rephrase the question? Sorry, it went kind of fast, and I was thinking a bunch at once.
Well, are you trying to?
No, I totally derailed that by the time I got to the end of it.
Like, Rachel, are you trying to say like have a kind of like a comedic moment in front of a body? Like, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
To have that balance? Yeah, I mean that's a good thing to have an opinion on, but it's also, I mean, you see it a lot in mystery shows, so you aren't as much hit with what's happened. You're more like, oh, they're having a back and forth instead of like, that guy's dead, and he died violently. Because then you just like move on to the story instead of being like, oh my god, that's like terrible.
Well, even in like the study in Pink in the beginning, there's a dead lady there, and they're cracking jokes, and you know, it's funny because it almost throws in like that horror camp to things, that sort of Joss Whedon feel to it, where something bad's happening or something bad happened, and then they go, oh yeah, and then this thing, and they joke, and then you go, that's probably not appropriate right now.
Kind of messed up, yeah. So, yeah, not good, as John
Or what was it in the first episode where he goes, there's a lady dead or something like that, and he's like, well, yeah, good guess, but I hope you'd go deeper. And it's like, probably not the time for jokes, Sherlock Holmes. But
I mean, the same
thing I kind of like the fandom as far as. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go.
No, you go first.
Okay, well, for more of a horror concept is, I mean, that can kind of happen in the movies as well. Like, sometimes a horror movie, I mean, it's all about that blood and gore, and you're almost supposed to feel it, you know, where it just goes real slow. Like, they're going to put a knife in and dig it in. You're going to watch the whole time and be like, oh, God, my stomach. And then sometimes it's like, oh, they're dead. Like, more slasher films are just kind of like, you know, roar. You don't actually, like,
one to go. You know.
Yeah, it's so much more like that, where you're like, it's stupid kid, and then you just like go off. So, is there well, for Natasha, how much do you like more of the? I know there's a different word. I want to call them campy, but I'm not sure if that's the word. But more like campy horror movies.
There's camp. There's like that sort of kitsch where it's like.
Yeah.
Because one is purposefully bad, and then one is where it's accidentally bad, and they roll with it, like the Evil Dead movies back in the day.
Oh my god! Yeah. Sorry.
Well, the first one, they were like, "This is gonna be scary, everywhere," and then all of a sudden, the second movie, they're like, "We'll just make this funnier and bloody." So how funny would that be to be like Sherlock Holmes like that? Blood and guts, but also. That's the cool thing about Sherlock Holmes, is it kind of can jump across all these genres. Obviously, Sherlock and sci-fi exists pretty well, even though it tries to be kind of grounded in reality. And there's a lot of different crossovers to where, like, Sherlock Holmes and Jack the Ripper for stuff back in the day, you know.
Do you have any examples of that?
I know that they have a few pastiche available of Sherlock Holmes and Jack the Ripper. I think I've seen fan fiction of it. There is a game, though. There's a French game where you're Sherlock Holmes, and you have to be on the trail of Jack the Ripper in Victorian England. And I think the Baker Street Irregulars are in it, but they're not them. They're like little kids that help, like little homeless kids, like the Homeless Network thing they always have. That's pretty cool. I don't know, though. But there's that one. That, and, I mean, all the crossovers with board games. You know, you have horror things that have slight little campy horror elements, like Clue, but it's a detective game, or things like that, or Scooby-Doo, you know, things like that.
That suddenly makes me wonder if there's an episode of Scooby-Doo where the mystery gang meet Sherlock Holmes. I'm sure there is.
Scooby-Doo met everyone at some point. I'm pretty sure we can find.
Yeah, I mean, I just really like the episode where they had Don Knotts.
Yeah.
I'd say my favorite was the Harlem Globetrotters. Because there was not like
and then the Harlem Globetrotters got
explanation.
their own show.
Yeah, and it was just like, everyone was just like, alright, I accept this. Because it's just, you can't like argue with it because it was hilarious, but just, who was the person in the meeting? Like, this is who we need to get. This is going to be the episode.
It's just like all those big name celebrities back in the 70s. Like, I know there was an episode with like Goldie Hawn, and I want to say there's like an episode with Hugh Hefner or something. But it wasn't even like child stars. Or people famous in like childhood media. It was just like celebrities. Yeah, there was one with George Takei.
Yeah, celebrities and cartoon crossovers. Because there was like I think an Addams Family one too, for creepy things. I would be surprised if there wasn't a Sherlock Holmes one.
Yeah.
With all the funny things that are in it. It's pretty grounded in reality, and that's the cool thing I like. Is even with I like Sherlock Holmes when it's more grounded in reality, though, because real stuff is scarier than supernatural stuff to me. And that's really easy to touch on with it, is real murders and real scary stuff and real cryptic notes. Supernatural. I know there is some supernatural pastiche, though, of like Sherlock Holmes and I remember there's Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes versus the Wendigo, where they're in Canada.
Oh, really? Sounds good.
And then there's a Sherlock Holmes Frankenstein crossover too. It's a comic book, I believe, or a graphic novel.
Cool. Really quickly, back to the Scooby-Doo. In Scooby-Doo
Ghost of Sherlock
and
Holmes.
Scrappy-Doo, I'm sorry?
What?
Oh, sorry, I looked it up too. There's the Ghost of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I have something else. I have an episode called The Night Ghoul of Wonderworld. Velma becomes Dr. Watson for a day when she assists a robotic Sherlock Holmes in a futuristic amusement park. So this I'm going to watch later.
Bless.
Because I need to know what happens.
Well, because Sherlock Holmes, other than Velma. Everyone else is kind of useless.
Yeah, I mean, well, as we grow older, most of us kind of became Velma. A little bit.
That's true.
Maybe some of us are more Shaggy, but it all depends. Yeah. That's the only one I'm finding now. I'm not
kind of
finding
off topic, but
ones.
Kind of off topic. I was looking up something. Someone said on Tumblr that there should be a show dedicated to Sherlock Holmes, but having him as a turtle, and he just made some kind of pun. There's an episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where they go back in time and they meet Sherlock Holmes. It's awful. It's so bad. They all have purple trench coats.
Oh.
I'm cool.
Do they have deerstalkers?
Yeah.
Because if they do, I mean, someone had to make those, because they have weird shaped heads. Got them, like, custom made.
I'm not even kidding. They all have matching... They have matching purple trench coats and the same hat. And it's so dumb.
Okay, I'm looking this up.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Oh, there are so many.
Elementary, my dear turtle. That's terrible. Shame on them. Dear turtle. Where are you finding these pictures?
Yeah, all I keep finding is Clyde the turtle.
Oh no, there was an episode.
Oh,
Like,
but
it's
do you
just on
remember
YouTube.
the episode, or are you looking at pictures of it?
Oh no, I found it like last week. There's an episode available on YouTube.
Oh. We're gonna have a viewing party just to watch all these stupid episodes of cartoons with Sherlock Holmes. That is funny.
I think that's got to be one of my favorite things about Sherlock Holmes when it's the kind of trope that appears in cartoons. Because at some point, it's just the one thing that if it's any kind of satirical show, it's going to show up. Like even Gravity Falls made that one episode where there's the wax figure.
Or which one? Oh no, that's right. He was the wax figure. I was thinking of the little duck.
There are multiple jokes. That it's so odd that it's lasted like that long.
Or even in the detective world, obviously anything detective related is Sherlock Holmes something. There's gonna be a little deerstalker somewhere or something like that.
Like
Batman.
In the series House, you know, Dr. House, Dr. Wilson, and their apartment, or Wilson's apartment at one time is actually 221B. I saw it and like almost freaked out. I was like, oh my god, I was right.
I know, when I first started watching House, I felt really silly that I didn't notice the purposeful parallels in that one until like season 2, and I was like, oh, you know.
It definitely does move away from it eventually, though, so you kind of like, it is its own character.
Mm-hmm.
But have any of you guys seen the last episode of House?
Yes, I have.
I know they do the Reichenbach thing.
Yes.
Well, I was gonna say spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. They do Reichenbach.
I mean, it's in somehow.
I know, but I'm just being silly. But I was so excited because, you know, it kind of gone downhill a little, and I was like, oh, I don't love you as much anymore. I'm sad. And then I did Reichenbach, and I was like, yes! It was the only way it could have ended. And so I was actually very proud of House for ending correctly. Because it's very hard to end a show right. I think House and Psych are like the two shows I think that have ended perfectly. And even Psych, which I don't know if you guys have seen, there's vague elements, you know, and it's like, there's so many things where it's like, well, one off and one off and one off, you know, but you can still get vaguely that there's a Sherlock Holmes Watson vibe. Mm-hmm. Like Gus, who's Sean Spencer's the main guy, and then Burton Guster, second guy, and he's a pharmaceutical salesman. So, you know, slightly doctor, and, you know, like slightly this. And yeah. Some people say there's no original plots anymore, but I think there are. We just like to copy the basics a lot and give it new faces and new names. Zipped hella hair. Yeah.
So, Natasha, getting back to horror and Sherlock Holmes.
Right.
I know, I was really interested in House. Do you feel that have you read any of H.P. Lovecraft's work?
Yes.
Do you feel that any of his works were inspired by Arthur Conan Doyle's writing styles? I mean, I know they're vastly different writing styles, but they have a way of dragging you into, like, almost into the story, like you're there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like maybe H.P. Lovecraft was somehow inspired by Sherlock Holmes and Arthur Conan Doyle's writing styles?
Sometimes I feel like that with a lot of those quintessential horror literatures, but I feel like, because I think it actually might list one or the other as their influences. the only reason I never really use H.P. Lovecraft as like a reference when trying to draw horror to Sherlock Holmes is because a lot of it is very like fantastical and really there's a word, but it's got a lot of supernatural elements as to where even though Arthur Conan Doyle, when writing Sherlock Holmes, really did believe in a lot of the you know, stuff that isn't quite real or grounded in reality as to where Sherlock is very, that universe is very set and very real feeling, as to where H.P. Lovecraft is really scary and supernatural and out there. I definitely think there's a lot of different parallels you could draw, but actually, as far as literature goes, I do know that Doyle was very heavily influenced by Holmes. Sorry, Holmes was very influenced by Poe, by Edgar Allan Poe. And even in the first A Study in Scarlet, and throughout the series, actually, I think Watson compares Holmes to the detective Auguste Dupin from Poe, and I remember Holmes gets kind of like mad and ornery about it, because he's just like, well, he's nothing like me, you know, even though he was 5 decades before or something like that, or set 5 decades before. But yeah, I'd have to look it up though. I feel like there is a lot of influence between Lovecraft and Doyle with those things. I feel like there has to be. How could they possibly miss one another in universes like that? You know.
How have you read The Study in Emerald? And what did you think of it?
I have not read The Study in Emerald. That is the one by Neil Gaiman, right?
Yes, it's done in the Lovecraft style.
I mean, I know of its existence. I just haven't gotten around to reading it. Shoot. I want to read me some of that.
Speaking of which,
yeah, I was gonna say. Speaking of
Lovecraft, yes. I haven't had a chance to read it myself. I've been a bit busy rereading Lovecraft and Doyle.
Just so you guys know, I'm going to be reading that later.
Woo!
So, yeah, so if you guys want to hear me say it instead of read it on your own, you know, laziness, what up? Just hearing my, you know, beautiful voice.
Maybe I'm lazy enough that I actually want to read it and not have to work my eardrums.
But
I'll probably read along.
right. You guys can do whatever. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but there's little advertisements on the pages too, so those I'm not reading. So.
Darn it.
Those, yeah.
Then I guess I'll read along.
That was it.
Wow, I'm reading the synopsis. That sounds really cool. Nice. Yeah. Oh, and it has stuff like Vlad Tepes and Frankenstein. That sounds really cool. How have I not heard of this?
Yeah.
I just heard about it last week, so yeah.
we were supposed to have it read by Barbara last week, and then I had neglected to know that there are multiple Cthulhu stories by Neil Gaiman, so she read the wrong one.
Oh.
I was wondering about that. Answer.
I mean, she
did a great job.
She did a great job, but yeah.
There was a little wondering.
Soon this will be the Cthulhu Sherlock Holmes con. Didn't want to tell you guys.
Sounds awesome, though. I know. I'm surprised there's not more crossover with like Dracula stuff, though.
Ooh.
Like actual Dracula stuff, you know. Like the only thing I really see, I mean, I see vampire AUs as like a cool horror twist on stuff, But
I don't see many full Dracula. It's more like contemporary vampires that you see in your AUs. So it's not as classic.
Can you imagine though Sherlock Holmes as a vampire hunter?
that'd be better than him as a vampire.
I know, right?
Well, yeah, that'd make really good sense too, because then he solves the mysteries, and then his vampires like a badass. And that's
I can just imagine the vampires in the background as they're being taken away going, and I would have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for that ruddy Sherlock Holmes. And we've come back full circles to Scooby-Doo.
But apparently there is a book that Rachel put on the chat, which is Sherlock Holmes versus Dracula.
I guess I have a few more books to read.
Well, I mean, that's the cool thing about Sherlock Holmes. Even though it's old, it's endless. There's always content coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, that does look cool.
It's got that really nice classic sci-fi vibe to it.
Yeah.
I like how it says it is by John H. Watson and edited by someone else. It's totally real, guys. Totally real.
The one that I did think was cool, though, was the, I remember because I still have it next to my bookshelf, is the Sherlockian. That one's got some cool horror mystery elements to it, and in the parts where it shows, and it's not really a spoiler, it's just in parts it jumps back and forth from the actual story going on, and back when Arthur Conan Doyle was alive, they're telling that story too. He's friends with Bram Stoker.
Yeah.
So they do a lot of stuff like that. But yeah.
And the Sherlockian is great because it has the diary entry of Arthur Conan Doyle going, "Today I have killed Sherlock Holmes. I'm so done with this."
He's so happy.
Bring him back. It's like, finally it's done, and then craziness ensued, and he had to bring it back.
Right.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Oh well.
Sucks for you.
Yeah. It was like, oh, you did really well. Damn it. Why'd you do that? It's like, just be happy.
The biggest horror that ACD ever faced was the fan base he created.
Oh my god, yeah. No, the stories full on, like, funerals and stuff for Sherlock Holmes and full black garb. It was like, Jesus, we think we're bad sometimes. We just sit here and do it on the internet. We don't go out and do anything. We're not marching the streets. I hope not, at least. Don't do that.
Or the funny part was he would go back and forth about treating Sherlock Holmes like a real individual, so he would kill him, or he would say something and be like, "It's fake. I don't care. I wrote it." But then also, back to that detective Dupin from Poe. I remember I read somewhere that this lady had written him a very strongly worded letter saying, how could you talk badly about Dupin? How could you do that? And he said, "I didn't do it. Sherlock Holmes did." Is what he wrote back, and I always thought that was really
little shit.
Yeah, so Sherlock Holmes is alive when it's convenient for him, but
totally his fault. Unless it was something good, then it was me. But if it was something bad, he did it. Yeah. So bad.
It's like a parent and their child. It's like, he's your son before 6 a.m.
Yeah. I feel like I should have prepared more things to talk about, because I can rant about many things, but I'm trying to
You're
keep
allowed
going.
to rant.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want us to go like 3, 2, 1 and just set you off?
Go.
Set me up with a topic or something.
All right.
I know I had little note things, and then I kept jumbling them around just in case. I used all of them.
Well, for you being more of like a horror aficionado, what do you think is the best balance between like blood and gore and a mystery concept. Like some things seem to just focus on it, in my opinion, too much. Is like, the death scene will be like 20 minutes and the mystery's 10, and it's like, well, that wasn't much. So what do you think is like the balance of making a pretty horrifying thing that's still in the mystery genre instead of being in the horror genre?
I really think the one person who is really good at finding that balance is Guillermo del Toro.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I notice people are very, very one or the other. It's a very polarized thing in the horror world, where either you're a slasher director, where it's just blood, guts,
Mm-hmm.
everything. And then some people try to do psychological horror, but in that, it makes you a little scared to jump in and throw any gore at all. Because I very much think that gore in anything can be a really important tool, because it kind of, as long as it's not excessive, it can definitely snap you into that moment and go, wow, that was really gross, that was really messed up, because it's very graphic and it kind of shocks you. But when it's in excess, I feel like it doesn't affect us as much as viewers or as consumers, because one, our generation is very desensitized to things like that. So you kind of need that balance of the psychological in there to keep you stimulated. Just because mentally, if you're not stimulated, it's just moving pictures and you're not invested in anything at all. So as far as people who already have the balance going, I feel like Guillermo del Toro has a pretty good balance.
What would you say is his best example of that good balance?
Definitely not Mama, but that one,
I can feel that.
Yeah, I'm not a CGI fan. That's why too. Whether in anything, there was some cool stuff with the action movies with CGI, like Pacific Rim or things like that. And it wasn't excessive, like say a Michael Bay thing with action, where it's just explosions everywhere.
Lens flare.
I definitely think one of his better ones that wasn't quite horror, but it's definitely like a drama thriller, was like Pan's Labyrinth. It was this big, beautiful thing, but also it had some very real horror elements to it. It was very scary in some parts, without too much CGI.
No, that's a prime example of like so many genre and so many concepts of movies is Pan's Labyrinth, because it was just amazingly well done. Yeah, because I mean that was a movie that you could go in to see because it was so beautifully beautifully shot, beautiful in art, but you were still like reeling back because it was like I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah.
There's no like, oh, if she just did that, it was like I don't know what to do. Like this, I don't know.
Yeah, knowing all the factors, that's not the better option. And the gore in that movie too was on purpose. Because even then, like, I'm trying to think of some other examples of good balance between those things. But even then, trying to find the balance in any genre, I definitely see the struggle people have as directors, because you can definitely turn a viewer off as soon as it goes too far, or they go, this is a little too... Same thing with too much mental stimulation, though. If it's something that's too much thinking, then you've lost people in the same way, I feel like.
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
I'm trying to think. Trying to think what to talk about. We still got a bit.
Yeah. Well, just for specific to you, what would you say, like, if you can, and you can tell me this is too hard, like, top 3 horror genre movies? I know. So if it's too much, you don't have to. But just for you to know which ones you're kind of taking most of your knowledge from. Like which ones?
I would definitely say for my favorite horror movie ever, even though it doesn't really apply to the genres I tend to follow, because I do like the campy.
Oh yeah.
Anything. If there's campy, moments in drama or horror or anything, I just tend to like it. Cause I feel
a well done campy scene is like the best thing ever because you're giggling and then you're like, I'm a horrible person.
Yeah.
4 people just were like brutally murdered and I'm like, that was funny. Wait.
My favorite horror movie though is probably a Japanese one called Audition. It's a really good one, but it's a shock one that is very. It's not gore oriented. It's. I mean, it is a little bit, but it's very much gross and shocking. But the main antagonist is a woman, and she's the one inflicting things without, just because she's so smart and scary, and she just looks like this adorable little demure, housewife kind of thing, and then she just messes everything up.
That sounds great.
I only say that because I don't want to spoil it if anyone ever on an off chance goes to, rents it or downloads it or anything like that, because it's just a very good psychological scary movie with a lot of shock scares in there. I like, for the camp factor, the Freddy Krueger series, the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Mostly because they are very silly, but also it looks like stuff that'll give you nightmares, like the scary makeup, the scary not being able to go to sleep.
Oh yeah.
I definitely think it would be cool to see that in a Sherlock Holmes thing. Not necessarily Freddy Krueger, but the not sleeping thing, like in Hounds of Baskervilles, where they're like, they have the drugs being dosed in them in the fog. I thought that was really cool.
Shit, you do!
Anna!
Shit, you have voice on too!
Yeah, I do! Hi, I'm over at Merlin's. Hang on a sec.
Merlin's birthday, or it was this past Wednesday.
Oh, was it? Oh, happy late birthday.
I think she's finally 18.
Probably. She's still 9 years old.
Yeah, she's still 9.
Hey, she can be part of the grown-up discussions at the con.
No.
We're gonna scar her though. Yeah. It's gonna be our fault.
Oh.
Not our fault.
I'm just trying to figure out how to join.
Funny things.
What? I think we're already scarring her. Whoops. Okay, my water is boiling. I need to go make tea or coffee or whatever I decide to make.
Oh, fun reminder. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I want to start a conversation, so you say it quickly.
Oh, just a reminder at 5 o'clock, was it? Yes, 5 o'clock. We're gonna have a little discussion on tea. Just a little impromptu discussion while everyone gets a little thing of tea, and then we'll have fanfiction theater. Not fanfiction theater. Oh, I didn't mean to write that. Readers theater with a shadow.
Right on.
I'm reading.
Can you go fix?
Just kidding.
Do you know you're reading?
No, I did. I'm just messing.
Okay.
I want to see her. Face on the computer. Be scared. Anyways,
you're moderator too much panic. Right. So I was saying is well, just for something you were talking about, and then Anna came in, and yay, Anna. Is that using the dream thing in a Sherlock Holmes story would, I think, be awesome. Because it is pretty terrifying, because you're going to sleep eventually. And then you could add, I think, a really gory scene, And then you wouldn't have to back it up with like, this is how it would really go. It's just like, and then be like, and then you wake up.
Or like this thing where he's in his mind palace, you know, before he thinks he's gonna die, to try not to die. How messed up would that be to think of all the crimes that he has cataloged in his brain?
That's true. I mean, he's seen some stuff.
Yeah, he's seen some stuff. So that would be really creepy and cool. Even its own standalone like horror thing, or just Sherlock Holmes and all the stuff he's seen.
Yeah, I know there's I have a full collection, or a collection of Sherlock Holmes stories, and it's the big book that I've held in these live streams before. But there's another book called, I forget what it's called, but it's left out of collections because apparently it's like a little more intense or something. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. Let me get my book.
Was it canon? Oh, okay. I'm on.
It's the case book of Sherlock Holmes, I'm pretty sure, that I read about.
I think I have that one on my audiobooks too, on the book. Because that one's the like collection of stories, right?
Yeah, it's a short story collection.
I didn't know it was left out though. I thought it was like just separate.
I remember reading something about it, and just, of course, I'll never be able to find it now because it was like a while ago, and I did not bookmark it. But there's definitely some Sherlock Holmes stories that are, I mean, I've never read one that I've been in true horror about, but there's some where you're like, no, people should not do that to other people. That's not good. So I think
I'm trying to think too. There was this event that we went to in San Francisco that would be a really fun hangout for those of us that like creepy things. It was not Goratorium. It was almost like a moving play, but it was set in, shoot, Rachel, you live in San Francisco. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's
Sorry, what?
the dungeon something. It's a new event that came out, and I went with my haunted house group. And
You went?
yeah, it's
When?
really cool. That's why I think Sherlock crowd would definitely enjoy it for scary stuff. 2 weeks.
No, when did you go?
About 2 weeks ago.
Shadow, I work right next to it.
Do you? Well, because we were just there for 2 hours. But it's the dungeon something.
The San Francisco dungeon.
Yeah.
How was it? Oh, I've been wanting to talk to you about that because it's so cool looking. Like, everyone they have, as far as staff goes, they're all in, like, really, like, cool costumes, and they just, that just looks so cool.
It's
There's,
cool.
like, a boat ride or something?
Yeah, it's got this cool, like, Victorian feel to it. You get to take, like, a group picture afterwards and stuff like that, like you got caught up in it. But it's a scary event. But it's almost like you're tossed in the past. And you get to see the scary dungeon stuff. It's really cool. We should make a hangout of it sometime, everybody.
Yeah,
because it was really
good.
fun.
I'm looking at the website though, and it says, let's be honest, the dungeon isn't for everyone, and there's a little test. I'm not going to do it now because I'm worried it's going to do something weird. But
okay, spoiler alert, everyone who doesn't want stuff spoiled, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1. But it's because they don't like touch you, but they do it where they pick you out of your group, and they'll be like, hey, get in this cage, and they'll, you know, punk on you and stuff and things like that, to where it's scary, but it's nothing super explicit. Just because as a haunter, I don't like those, like, I don't know if you guys have seen that stuff come up, blackout haunted houses. I don't enjoy those. I don't feel like it's probably because I have my old school Vincent Price approach where it's like, all this gore is, blah, you know, I feel like an old lady. But, you know, I don't feel like just grabbing people and shaking them and in the dark is very scary to me. But it's cool. They just kind of, you know, pick you out of the crowd and poke fun at you and go in the cage. No worse than like the Winchester house was, anyone who lives in the area.
Oh my god.
I feel like we should do during Halloween though, like a big mystery tour. Like the mystery house during one day and then
That would be really fun.
go on BART and go to the dungeon or, you know, something like that. Because we need fun Sherlock stuff during Halloween time.
Yeah. Well, we could do all that fun stuff and then, like, make sure we do something calming afterwards. So if anyone's, like, a little nervous, you know, and then they're like, and now no panic attack.
Yeah.
Maybe a nice tea party after.
Yeah, that'd be fun. You can, like, dye it red so we're drinking blood or something.
I do have food safe, you know, tea dye. So.
Yeah.
Or we can do like rooibos, which is a nice herbal tea, which won't rile us up anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff could be really fun.
Yeah, and I noticed the Bay Area Sherlockian crowd enjoys the hangouts in the San Francisco area, so pretty easy to get to. So that'd be really fun.
Yeah.
Trying to think of any more questions, something, because I have 9 minutes before we start.
Counting them down.
Maybe you just want to get off your chest.
Who's next on the list, by the way? Sorry, not changing the topic. I just want to know.
Oh, it's going to be Anna, and she's going to be doing a live stream for an hour.
Hooty hoot!
Yeah. Anna's live streams are great because she does quite a lot of crossover artwork.
Hi, we fixed our problem.
What was the problem?
Well, we wanted to somehow be all in the live stream, and now that we have a earphone splitter, so we're all listening. Yay! On the one computer. So. Yeah, so the camera's on right now. Sorry, did I interrupt? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt or no?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
We're hanging.
I'm going to go ahead and mute you guys, Anna, just until Shadow's time is up, and you guys can just get ready.
All right.
I'm trying to think, is there anything else you guys want to know that I can maybe tell you?
My favorite question is always to ask, what's the shittiest version you've ever seen of any horror-themed Sherlock Holmes goodness?
The shittiest? Can we say that? Yeah.
Well, we said it now, so.
Well, we have already.
There's no
cursing all day.
What?
And that's in any medium, right? Any books or things like that. I don't have any specific. I know, I mean, it's not really a horror one, but I know at some point Leonard was Sherlock Holmes, and that one wasn't very good. I think it's online somewhere. That was probably one of the worst ones I'd seen. Or there was this really bad one that was on Netflix for a while. It was like a younger Sherlock Holmes. But yeah. For all the good ones out there, there's got to be some bad to even it out. Which ones do you think are the shittiest?
I don't know. I watched about half of that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one and I couldn't stand it anymore. Like, I like me some turtles. It's not good.
That I. Wow. So that'd be one of the ones to have a viewing party while we were drinking a bit. That'd improve it a little bit. If we were to have like a viewing thing, that would be one to drink to.
Oh my god, that would be so great.
I would imagine so, but
I would love that.
Make up a drinking game. That will give us all alcohol poisoning.
Drink in a time they use surfer girl slang.
Oh no, we would die.
Radical.
That's really happening? That really happened? Rachel?
They use like surfer slang in every episode.
I remember Ninja Turtles, but that really happened. It just seems like one of those things that's like Tumblr, fandom crack, where it's just
It does sound like
it would be funny. Not that it actually happened.
You would be surprised the amount of bullshit that is made by the human species, as far as like, this is a good idea, and then they make it. It just, that was a solid effort, but no. No. Maybe one last question for you, Shadow, is we've been talking quite a lot about just horror in general, as well as like some variances of mystery. But is there any like criminal media that you kind of enjoy?
Criminal media? I just like learning about stuff like that, mostly because it's interesting. I know some people get like really into it, but I don't know. I think it gives good character motivation too for like haunting and cosplay, to know where people like that come from. Like if you ever watch on Netflix those like CNN, what is it, Crimes of the Century, or things like that. I think those are pretty cool. But or I don't know. Stuff like that's pretty cool. But running out of stuff to say, I'm sorry.
It's okay, you got 2 minutes. We can just start singing if you want to.
Start singing.
Doesn't matter.
Get my ukulele out.
There we go. That is the most horrifying instrument. The ukulele.
No.
Right.
The recorder is the worst. Or
no,
I do have. Oh, that's the microphone.
Oh, what's that instrument they use in horror movies all the time?
What's that?
That was horrible. What's his name?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not fond of xylophone.
Can't stop.
Yeah. There's an instrument, what's it called? It's like a block of like wood or whatever, and then it has a circle thing and a thing that goes up, and you go, ooh, theremin. They use that a lot for horror movie soundtracks. My brother has one, but I'm not gonna go get it.
Oh. Or violins in Insidious. If anyone saw Insidious, 1 or 2, that was the thing.
Right.
Where just every time anything happened, it was like with the violin, really, really like shrill and terrible.
Sorry, Molly, your description of that instrument was great. A block of wood.
That's what it is.
With the thing coming out, it goes woo.
It's do and then do and then go woo. This is the volume, and this is the one that makes it. It's like woo. That's. I can bring it out later and prove it to you guys. That's exactly what it looks like.
Oh, that actually, I know that instrument. That used to be well used in old, like, 50s to 60s sci-fi television. Not television, but like movies and such.
It's also used in
The Day the Earth Stood... Yeah. The Day the Earth Stood Still was a really famous one for that.
Well, if we ever get really bored, I'll go get it. And show you it's really stupid.
I'm trying to think, is that the one with the, it was an American Horror Story, if anyone saw that series, where she's going like, woo.
I haven't seen that. I'm gonna give you guys a link to a picture, so at least you can know I'm not insane. Slightly. No. There we go. There's a link. It's exactly how I explained it.
Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of.
That's a theorem. So you can like do stuff with it, but we just kind of woo, and that's it. Alright, well it's 3:01 now, so Natasha, thank you very much for sharing about all things horror.
Thank you guys for being so forgiving. I'm really looking forward to Anna.
Yeah. Let me see if I can figure this again. Screen share. Yeah. What should I do? No. Awesome. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. Hey! You're almost done with it! Or you are done with it?
No, I'm getting there, though.
Looks good.
Thank you. Also with me are Jenna and Merlin.
Yeah. I can't say this anymore. It's not for their benefit.
So what I'm probably gonna work on. I feel like the background, but I should probably finish these guys.
Face.
Oh my god.
So, Anna, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. Enjoying your weekend?
Yeah?
That's good.
Can't believe you didn't fall on your ass. I'm so mad.
Oh, we went ice skating, and I successfully did not fall, but Jenna did twice.
Oh, Merlin, why would you be angry that someone didn't hurt themselves?
She was
What's wrong with
supposed to
you?
fall. Everyone falls. She didn't. I hate you.
Sorry, not sorry.
So, Anna,
Yes.
tell us about this piece. For the viewers at home.
Well, this is currently for to help promote Bay Area Sherlock-Con. And my thought process was, hey, since we're closer to San Francisco, I should probably do something more, even more San Francisco-esque.
esque. Yeah. More touristy, I guess. And yeah, I felt like. So that's why I put the Golden Gate Bridge there, and John's wearing a San Francisco shirt that nobody wears unless they're in San Francisco.
I would wear
As a
that
tourist.
every day.
You would be surprised the amount of Alcatraz hoodies people wear in San Francisco and they're tourists.
Oh my goodness.
So many.
Bless.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless your little heart.
Were you blessing me? Are you Jesus?
How did you know?
Jesus is a friend of mine.
So, Anna,
Yes.
what are you looking forward to the most this convention?
Well, maybe cosplaying with Jenna. We're planning Femlock. That's a thing. And then after that, probably be seeing the artist Sally.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing who's there. And then, I don't know, just hanging out and be selling art and then possibly the panel, artist panel. It's happening.
Can you tell us about that at all?
Well, I haven't heard much back, but I'm hoping that it'll be a little bit like last year, where we had all of our guest artists in one room and not only taking questions, but putting together like a Pictionary sort of game, so that the audience will play and win prizes. That that are the prizes will be from the artist inventory. So.
Nice.
And possibly the pictures themselves that we draw.
Are you looking to meet? Are you looking forward to meet any of the artists this year? Because we've got a couple new ones. Well, mostly new ones.
Yeah. You know I can hear you. Is Inchells going to be there?
Sorry, what?
Inchells. Or I don't know how to say her name. The one who does all that really cutesy Sherlock art. Or Elsa. So, and I'm Mr. String. But, I did see the thing about Hooflock.
Hooflock! Oh my god. I was trying to keep it together for that, but I was so excited about that. I got really, really happy that she made that. Because that's my vice. Dumb things with deerstalkers. Perfect.
So that's why you like Tuna Luck, huh?
So much. Just, it's a fish in a hat.
That's the best.
So Anna,
Yes.
we had Elsa on a little bit earlier, and we talked quite a lot about her sort of schooling and her kind of career aspirations and such. Do you have any going forward with some of the work in your career?
Well, I'm currently I'm looking to enroll in a 4-year art school, and from there, I'm going to study animation, and yeah, I want to pursue a career in making cartoons, stuff like that. So hopefully on a cinematic level, either level. I don't care. Much excitement.
So Anna,
Yes. What's your problem?
how are the giggling monkeys?
They're fine. Apparently, I guess I'm assuming they're on Tumblr. Yep, they're on Tumblr. And occasionally giggling. Oh, yeah, that's. Yep, they're on Tumblr.
Just let them know they're allowed to talk.
Yes, you're allowed to talk to me.
What?
And talk to all of us.
Really? No idea.
Thought I would get shot by a sniper if I talked.
Is that why you were giggling?
Death. Oh, sorry, you were going to ask a question.
No, that was what I was going to ask about.
Oh, okay. Alright.
What I can ask about, though, is when you're making this piece, were you looking at any other landmarks in San Francisco?
What really came to
Not really. What really came to mind was the Golden Gate Bridge. I was just like, yeah, that needs to be a thing in the background. Because I'm so original.
Yes, you know San Francisco, the place with the bridge.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, it's just as a
Nothing
bridge.
else.
No, nothing else. Just the more notable one. So I figured why not.
It's funny.
I am constantly amazed that no artist ever does anything with Castro Street.
What? No, I'm not gonna turn gears. I love how originally it was highlights, but then I just started working on the darks too. Never.
They are probably just snipping behind the face, wondering
I don't think it works like that.
I think you can do it. You have the hipster hair now.
Oh yeah.
So, Anna, what are 2 of your bucket list items?
Bucket list what?
Items. I've asked you all the questions I can ask you, so now I'm just going to ask you first 8 questions.
Well, I've never thought about it. Bucket list.
For what?
Items. Bucket list items. 2. I don't know.
Meet Benedict Cumberbatch.
Okay, yes. That is. I have my 10-year plan to meet Benedict
The real
Cumberbatch.
question. Do your bucket list items have to be safe for work?
Yes, for this stream. She went silent.
Do you have any specialty cooking dishes?
Quesadilla.
You do make good pancakes.
Jenna can attest to that. I think.
Why didn't you make pancakes for breakfast then?
Oh,
Why didn't?
Do you believe in aliens?
Not really.
Thanks, Mulder.
Not really, but that'd be cool. I mean, it's a possibility. So
Do you believe in aliens? Not really. That would be cool.
I want to believe.
I want to believe.
Thank you. Salty snacks or desserts?
Salty snacks or desserts?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, please.
Same.
Column B.
Yeah, I'm not a big dessert person.
Whoa.
So
Really?
yeah. I don't go and seek out desserts.
That's true. What if they just happen upon you?
Then
In
I'd
large
be like,
quantities.
sure.
Yeah, you are a focus.
What about chocolate? No. I mean, like, I like it. I will eat it. But, like, I'm not big on it. I will have, like...
How do you not eat it?
What? Oh, no,
How
I
do you
eat
not-
it. I eat it. I'm just saying
Yeah, you're
like,
weird.
2 Reese's peanut butter cups. Like, that's it. That's all I have.
What about peanut butter?
Well, yeah, peanut butter.
Would you like peanut butter?
Yes, I do.
Would you eat peanut butter, like, instead of chocolate if you had, like, the two in front of you? Just,
Yeah.
you would go for the peanut butter.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, and test this hypothesis. I will be right back.
Oh my god. You guys are ridiculous. What's your biggest pet peeve?
I don't know.
Chocolate, peanut butter.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Jenna took the chocolate. Aw, it's not open. I will open it. Biggest pet peeve. Oh my gosh. That.
I get stirred up.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm distracted now. I shouldn't be eating this.
Oh my god, you put it on your laptop?
Oh, Anna, no. Don't do that.
Why?
For those of you who
Okay.
can't see, it's the oily separated peanut butter.
Oh my god! You noodles!
So that's hence Anna's confusion to the peanut butter. It does not mix together. Biggest pet peeve?
No, I don't know. I got distracted.
Can't answer the question. There's food involved.
Nice. Welcome to the Sherlock live stream.
What was the last
Going
vegetable
over
you
there.
would ever want to be?
How's the chocolate?
I would ever want to be last vegetable.
What?
An onion?
Yeah. You'd make everybody cry all the time.
That question you have an answer to. Every other one has just been, I know. Onion. You have an answer to. You're a ridiculous girl.
Eat the fucking peanut butter.
Oh my god, no! Ah! That is so gross! Oh my god, it's spilling everywhere! Shit! I don't want this on my pen.
Oh god.
Please hold while we have a crisis of peanut butter proportions.
It's all over my fingers. Ew. Oh.
I'm so done. I'm so done.
Sorry, Rachel. I'm the worst. Hey, Anna, do this live stream. Does that still sound like a good idea? I'm never gonna be invited back for anything ever.
We can't keep you away. What was the last book you read?
I'm currently reading Fault in Our Stars.
Ooh.
Because you like sadness.
You should just tell them about the thing that's staring at you right now.
Oh yeah, there's a Fault in Our Stars poster
Yeah, I remember that.
that Merlin stole. Not
She
really.
didn't steal, they gave it to her.
Yeah, they did.
They gave it to me so willingly, they were like, please take this.
What do you like the most about San Francisco?
Jenna pointed towards herself.
Nice.
I don't know. I've always visited. My parents would always take me, like every year, and we would always just not only sightsee, but like he would go to like the crooks and crannies, and we would just always have a good time, and also the art galleries. The art galleries. So I just like that it's so artsy.
You artsy fartsy motherfucker.
Yeah, I know.
What's the luckiest thing that's ever happened to you?
You met me.
I can't recall.
Oh. Elsa Chang just actually asked a question. Anna, what's your favorite moment from Series 3?
Uh-oh. Are you ready for a tangent?
No. Oh my gosh. Jeez. That's really hard. Oh my gosh. Well, I did like, Sign of 3. That episode. That was episode 2. It was a good episode, and I've been recently reading on all the meta behind it. And it's just a very detailed and just rich and interesting episode to me. I don't know about favorite part though.
Thumbs up in the movie theater, please.
That's what I was gonna say. Probably just Sherlock's speech.
That was really good.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That is one tan nose.
Yes, it is. He's really is described as brown as a nut.
You ought to give Sherlock kind of a sunburn.
Ah, yes! Yes, I'm gonna color that in right now.
John would be like, I told you to put on sunscreen. Look at you, you big baby. Deal with it.
Let me tell you something. The last 2 weeks, the amount of people who walk into my store with sunburn has been comical. It's foggy where we are.
Yeah, because they don't realize you can get sunburned when there's clouds.
Mm-hmm. I misgendered a woman because she had such intense sunburn.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. It kind of looks like he's blushing.
That's good.
Just give me all the fleshy lines.
It's like a sports anime.
Yes! Exactly.
So, Anna,
Yes.
what combinations of fixings make a perfect burrito?
Oh my god.
I don't really eat burritos. I'm a weirdo. My last name's Padilla, and I don't eat burritos.
You are so white, I swear.
I am. You can thank my grandma, who's mostly Irish, and her plain palate. Yeah.
You never eat burritos.
Maybe like breakfast burritos.
So that's your answer.
That does not count. That does not
Yeah,
count.
shut up.
No.
Let Anna have this.
It's an omelet and some bread.
Tortilla.
Have you kept your New Year's resolutions?
Did you ever make any?
I don't know. I don't think I made any. Oh wait, I think it might have been just like. No.
I could find them. I could probably go back 7 months in conversation to find whatever you told me.
So.
We were like together on New Year's. I don't remember us talking about that.
Oh yeah.
How drunk were you?
Not. Wait. I don't remember.
Wow.
Well, that was okay. For the record, that was about 6 months ago.
I still remember exactly what I did on New Year's.
We both have shitty memories, so.
Marilyn, I keep wanting to feed you chocolate, but I know you'll die if I do that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't want you to die. It's got milk in it. Fine, I'll give you a question. What are your favorite pizza toppings?
I will just eat cheese. But I also like sausage and get your mind out of that gutter. The
I have a
sausage,
balloon that
olives.
says the D right there.
So, probably just meat.
Meat and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cheese.
I have a question for Anna.
Okay.
Have you ever considered being vegetarian?
No.
Never?
Maybe like once when I was like, maybe if I was a vegetarian I'd lose weight.
And then you're like, nah.
I like hamburgers way too much. I can tolerate turkey burgers, so.
It doesn't make you a vegetarian.
No.
Best live stream.
Are there any viewer questions? Other than the viewers that are sitting right next to you.
Any what?
Viewer question.
Oh, viewer questions. I don't know. I don't know how we're. Yeah. If we're doing that. Well, if we are, I don't know how.
You
Hey,
guys
Rachel.
are viewers. You can give her questions.
No, I know. Is there anybody else asking questions, or is it just Merlin and I?
Well, I mean, I've been asking some, but we got one from Elsa, and otherwise, no.
Okay.
Well,
You gotta pull teeth to get questions from someone. I've found that out.
Hey Anna, have you ever had a tooth pulled?
Maybe when I was smaller. I think so.
You'd remember that.
Then maybe not.
Oh, hey Anna.
Hmm.
Did you finish the Carmen Sandiego drawing from last week?
No, I didn't. I've had no time
Oh.
myself, really.
Weep wop.
Wait, Bob.
I still have. I think it's something. I'm so clever. No, that's not it.
God damn it, Anna!
What just happened?
Oh my god!
There might have been a little bit more.
Really?
There are kids here! No, that's requests.
Oh my
right now. Stop it.
Oh, well, that's nice. It doesn't have a dick in it.
The other one didn't really have a dick in it.
Oh, I don't always.
You know this is
I don't always
recorded,
draw
right?
porn, but when I do.
I put it on a live stream.
That's just sealed the deal. I'm never gonna be invited to anything ever again.
God damn. Hey, Anna.
Yeah.
What's your favorite article of clothing you own?
That I own. Oh, my skirt? Oh, no, that wouldn't be my thing. I have a few dresses. One of them it's polka dots on the top, and then it comes out. It has like what are those little peplum on things on the side, and then it has a black skirt, and it's cool. And I like
You
it.
look cool. You could wear like a potato sack and you'd still look hot. Hella.
Hey, Anna.
Yeah.
What is something you are financially saving up for currently?
Eating food.
Food.
Has to get back home.
Yeah, pretty much I'm gonna go through Sherlock and I'm gonna be saving up for how to get back home.
Don't just stay.
Yeah. Probably just application money to send in my applications to different schools. And I'm looking into a couple in the Bay Area. So.
Good question.
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
what is your least favorite subject in school and why?
Math.
Why is that, Anna?
Because I'm shit at it.
Hey, we have a question from Elsa. Favorite friendship and romantic pairings, canon or non-canon?
Okay, favorite pairings and relationships.
Favorite friendship and romance pairings, canon or non-canon?
Okay.
How about you do canon first, then non-canon?
Yeah. Wait.
They can be canon,
They can't.
but they can be non-canon as well.
This is so confusing. I'm just gonna say, or do you mean canon? Favorite friendships and romance. Oh, canon or non-canon. Okay.
There you go.
I get it. I understand now. Okay. Well, obviously John Locke. John Locke is ending. And I enjoyed Maestro. I also more, of course. Moriarty and Ryan. Even if I don't know about if Moran turns out to be very that would be hella.
That would be interesting.
But the pairing would be
I think that'd be sick.
it'd be kind of hot. Friendships. Oh well, it's funny because I sort of like Sherstrad, and it was at first it was because it was a friendship. I'm like, oh, they're friends. Then I kind of was like, maybe. So
maybe more.
Maybe more. Oh, I like. I also like the ship Irene and Molly. Thumbs up, yes.
Did they ever meet?
No.
Okay.
But,
just gotta make sure.
Welcome to Sherlock.
Yeah. Let me think of some other.
Greg and Michael finally met.
Yes! They finally shared some on-screen time.
What buttons on your laptop are you hovering above while you're doing this?
Oh, Control Z. Sometimes Control S. But mostly Control Z.
Okay.
And also Control and Alt, so that gives me the ability to mess with my brush size.
There you go, kids. You're learning things about tablets and how they work and
Photoshop.
They don't.
Shortcuts, man.
No.
Shortcuts are awesome. Merlin, you're not
But yeah, definitely John Locke and Maestro are my main pairings.
What is your favorite fanfiction genre?
Yep.
Safe for work.
Oh, safe for work.
G-rated.
Genre of fanfiction.
Your trope. What's your favorite fanfic trope?
like a cliche that sort of pops up in fanfiction a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I love AU, so anything with an AU, and it's like well, I love Sherlock. Adorable.
Do you want to promo your fanfic?
No, I don't want to promo my fanfic.
Promo everything.
It is out there, though. I have a single fanfic fic. I would love to write more. Well, it's all written out. I just have to edit it.
I wasn't on the live stream last week, so I have no idea what people asked you. But what is your favorite female character in all of Sherlock? Not just like BBC, but like all of the Sherlock.
Female character. Probably Irene.
Which version?
Ah.
I like the book version. Because you said all of Sherlock. So
like any incarnation or whatever. The latest.
so just the book version of Irene. Nobody's really got her down yet, I don't think. I mean, BBC was good.
We don't talk about the movie version.
No, no, we don't.
What's your favorite hobby?
Hobby.
Hobby.
No, this is my life.
Oh. Cosplay?
Probably cosplay, yeah.
How did you get into cosplay? For those who do not know.
Yeah, we had a little live stream, and everybody shared their "How did you get into cosplay?" story. But it was basically anime.
That's how most people get into it.
Yeah, it's Italia specifically. I was Canada.
Adorable.
You would be Canada.
Yeah, I wanted to do something that I was in. I was like, I wanted to pick a character that I felt comfortable with, and yeah, Canada is really shy and almost invisible. So a bunch of people were like, "Real?" And I'm like, and at first I didn't get it. I was like, Canada, and then they would laugh and be like, "Oh right, that's the joke."
You're
like I thought they legit didn't know who I was. At first. But yeah, and then every America like wanted a picture of me. And I did the red jacket one first, because it was a red sweater. Even though his sweater actually turns out to be teal in the anime. everybody drew it at first. It was just a fanon thing. It's kind of like our Moran. It was the fanon thing was that his sweater was red, but then when they actually colored it, it was teal.
That's weird. Why did you give Canada teal? That doesn't make any sense.
Clearly. But yeah, I did the red sweatshirt, and I still have the polar bear, or teddy bear.
The bear polar.
Bear polar.
What's your favorite Having Pressure episode?
Oh.
That's a hard question.
What was the?
Merlin asked the tough
No.
questions.
Oh God.
I like Audrey's nickname.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good.
And the last one.
Oh,
The very last one that's up on air. It's why.
I don't remember what Y was.
Why? I like why.
The last one comes out in Christmas, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the BBC loves to crush people's dreams on Christmas.
Oh yeah.
I'm aware.
Day
after surgery.
Merlin.
But my favorite episode. Oh my gosh, it was the. I think it was.
What happened in it?
It was the one where you were like, "Oh, that's the reason why."
Oh! Dang it! What's that episode?
Which one was it?
It's Oh Lord!
It's the whole reason why Jenna ships Martin and Arthur.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. What? Is
Where
it
like they get caught under the like overhang and the car is too tall, so they have to let the airs out of the air.
Yeah.
I was in the desert.
Yeah.
So it was.
No, it's not Abu Dhabi.
No, that's the first
That's
one.
the first one. No.
It was in the second series.
If anybody else knows that's listening, help us out.
I got it.
Is anybody talking on the chat?
I don't know.
internet.
That one was cute. It's a good episode. It was a good episode. Johannesburg? Yeah. Oh, Johannesburg.
Ah.
Really? Huh? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have to get the engineer to fix the baggage. Or they're in the baggage truck going to get the engineer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was Johannesburg.
Okay.
Yep. It's a great episode.
Hey, Anna.
Yes.
Just to let you guys know, we're gonna have Professor Fangirl on at 4 o'clock. However, you guys can go ahead and stay on the stream and keep on arting until then. But we'll start as soon as she gets here, and we'll end as soon as she gets here. So just keep on going until we have her arrive.
All right.
Let you guys know.
Cool.
Look at all that progress.
I can be more detailed than the coloring. What's this?
What is your favorite current cartoon?
Oh, that's really hard.
Asking the hard questions.
Oh man, it's a really tough tie between Gravity Falls and Amazing World of Gumball right now. Like, I need to allow myself to watch one of those episodes because they're hilarious. I mean, like, every time I turn it on, I get a sense of what's going on in the show. I just laugh at it. It's so great. And it's really appealing. Like, the way that they set it up is that, like, every character has a certain element of animation. Like, they have some characters that are... And they have weird character designs, too. Like, their PE teacher's like a cloud.
You're a cloud.
And it's a mixture of 2D and 3D animation and stop motion in some places. And, yeah.
Makes you nerd out hell about
yeah.
about art.
Yes. Animation! I'm like, oh my gosh. It's kind of amazing.
So tell us about colors.
I'm crap at them.
I disagree, but tell us more.
Colors they come very difficult to me. Just because I've never taken a color theory class. I've always just and I'm self-taught, so they've just always.
Well, you do pretty well with the
Shading?
No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Those color palette request things.
Yeah, that I was telling. That was the stream before.
Right.
I was saying that it really helped me understand it more and where to put certain colors, and it also helped me almost nearly speed up my process.
Yeah.
I was cranking that.
Yeah, I noticed that. You were doing it pretty quick. Super hella.
My poor computer.
Is it whining at you?
Yeah.
You hear it.
It's fanning very loudly.
Well, now we know who your biggest fan really is.
My computer.
It's me. It's me. You're more than a fan. You're like a...
You're groupie.
I'm the creator of the fan club, okay? Sorry, fine. We're the founders. Yeah, it's fan club.
Those are dorks. Yes, you are.
I've recruited many people into the fan club. I go, ooh,
Oh my god.
Are you a tired kitty?
No. That part. So much effort.
I don't know. They just wanted to use it for the web. So, and once I give it to them.
It's no longer your property. Until then. You should have like a secret message in there for only the people who saw the live stream to understand.
Yeah, the sunburn. That's it.
Just Sherlock looks so unhappy. It's like, I do not want to be here. This is the last place I wanted to go.
John. Whiny.
Wait.
She's so pale too.
How do you like I know you've drawn John and Sherlock like a shit ton of times. How do you get skin color all the same all the time?
Well, I definitely look at reference. And I try to figure out their tones. But I generally I generally go for Ron's right. I never really go into another drawing and color pick the exact one, but I basically Sherlock is ghostly, freaking pale, and John is a little more
It's a little bit more orangey.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting the same skin tone like
It would
every
just
single
make
time.
it would make it uninteresting.
Oh, yeah.
You don't make his skin like pink for a day. Like just one art piece. Don't it should just be pink.
Yes.
And Sherlock could be kind of green. It'll look awesome.
Well, you're turning him into Spock. I mean, that is the whole thing of like, what was it? In original Star Trek, Spock is quoting Sherlock Holmes, and then in BBC Sherlock, Sherlock is quoting Spock.
Yep.
It's like, why? What is this? What is this whole?
Technically, Spock is an ancestor of, or no, Sherlock is an ancestor of violence Star Trek.
Oh, that is very interesting.
Not Sherlock Holmes.
Not no, really.
Definitely. Yeah.
Arthur Conan Doyle did not protect Star Trek, I don't think.
He should have though. Can you imagine? That would have been funny.
So then Arthur Conan Doyle would have been so done with Star Trek instead of Sherlock Holmes.
Uh-huh.
It was in a 4-1.
Oh, yep.
They're gonna kick you off. They're gonna be like, hey, we don't like you anymore. Bye.
How do I turn it off? Did they turn it off? No. I didn't need to turn it off. Oh, I did it! Wait.
Did it get you?
No. Whoops.
Yo.
What did I... No.
What's that?
There we go. There we go. Figured it out. Hi.
You.
It's my icon. Yeah.
So I know it's 4 o'clock, and this is when I kind of wanted your part to end, but still waiting to hear back from Professor Fan. Late, or she might have some kind of urgency going on. So do you guys mind staying on for a little while longer?
Oh, sure.
Sorry to ask that of you, but it shouldn't be too long.
Nah, it's all good. We're having fun. Yeah.
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 Rachel, do you have any questions?
I was just keeping on with the date questions because there's quite a lot of them. I've done this is.
Oh, you were looking at a Tumblr like thing.
No, it's the website was kind of funny. It what was it called? 62 questions to ask on the first date. That thought catalog.
Oh
There's some weird questions on here.
Oh,
Totally asked.
No.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest question on that list?
Toenails do you have?
I feel like the vegetable one was the weirdest.
That is a weird
What
question.
was it? Because I just heard the answer.
Oh!
Oh, it was
If you didn't want to be a certain vegetable for a day, what would it be? Yeah, she wouldn't want to be an onion.
I would not want
If they included fruit in there, I wouldn't want to be a durian.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to be a tomato.
Well, you wouldn't have a nose. No one would eat you. That
Yeah,
seems
but nobody
kinda-
would like me.
Aww.
I mean, some people like durian. Select
Weird people like durian. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of nice people out there that like durian, but they're kind of weird.
It's true. It's true.
There is a place near where Rachel and I live that makes a durian gelato.
No. No.
It's terrible.
It
So-
literally tastes like ass. There's no other way to say it. It tastes like ass. It's awful.
I guess I could keep trying that. You've got this mini sort of deck. I'll just keep drawing until you tell me to stop.
Go for it, man. I've had some. This is like the third interview I've ever done with you. It's like I've asked Anna all the questions that I want to ask her.
And
Yes.
if you were a body part, a human body part, just body part would you be? What?
A human male's left hand.
Yes. Yeah, if you had to have your consciousness in one part of your body.
That's weird.
I'm trying.
This is a super weird question.
What questions have you not been asked?
If you were a sea creature, which sea creature would you want to be? Mermaid is allowed as an answer.
Then yeah, hell yeah, mermaid.
If you got to choose, like, how to die.
Oh my god!
Wow, this is really morbid.
Absolutely any way to die. How would you choose?
Something quick and painless, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's your quick and painless death?
I don't know. Yeah.
Merlin asking the tough questions.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but I've never looked up how to murder someone quick and painlessly.
Oh,
You write fanfiction? How did you not look that up?
Speaking of murder, if you are being held at gunpoint, you have to kill someone.
Oh my god, Merlin!
Jesus Christ!
Anyone, you get to choose. Who do you kill? You could go into a prison. You could go into a anywhere, anyone. Who do you kill? You have to kill someone.
Merlin, you are a child. Why are you asking these questions?
I'm sorry.
I'm cute.
I'm cute.
And murderous.
Love me.
I want to answer that question.
Probably.
She's
I'm
abstaining from
gonna
answering.
That together.
What is your favorite chip flavor?
Chip flavored barbecue.
What's your favorite stupid movie?
Invasion of the B-Girls.
What? Oh God, no! No! No!
Oh my god, no.
No, it's awful.
That movie was great, and you know it.
No, it wasn't. Oh God.
There is a
Wait, you showed it to Anna?
Huh? We watched it together.
It was me.
No, I watched it with Jenna first.
No,
Why would you subjugate anyone to that?
No, we were watching it with Anna.
Do you not
We
remember?
were?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Oh, we were!
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So for those of you that don't know, Invasion of the B-Girls is this movie from the 70s where, like, this scientist lady makes, like, all these ladies into bee-ladies, and they, like, suck out the, like, energy from men. And it's really weird, but the funniest part about it is the guy that wrote it. It was the guy that wrote it. It was the first thing he wrote. And after that, he wrote Wrath of Khan, a bunch of Star Trek movies, and he also wrote the like 7% Solution book.
What?
Yeah,
That's really weird.
it's the weirdest thing. We're like, what? Yeah.
Like, he made that film and then went on to be a very accomplished person.
Yeah.
So Anna, favorite shitty movie?
It's not Invasion of the Girls.
No, it is not.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Like,
Kung Pao, by Steve Odenkirk. Have you seen it?
No,
Oh
but
my
I'm
God.
sure it's awful.
It is awful. It's so great though. It's a guy who made Jimmy Neutron.
Oh my god.
Really?
Yes. It's directed by the same guy who made Jimmy Neutron. He also stars in it, where he superimposed himself and a bunch of actors in old kung fu movie.
I think I've seen that before.
So bad.
And he superimposed himself and
no.
a bunch of actors into this movie, and it was just... he turned a really shitty movie into an even more shitty movie, but hilarious.
I think I've seen that before.
It's just a parody of itself. It was awesome. It was great. I actually went to the theaters to see it too.
Did he do a couple of those?
No, he did. What he did was Thumb Wars and all the thumb movies, where he superimposed his face on a bunch of thumbs and reenacted some the blockbuster movies like.
Your room. Your room and think about what you've done.
Like Star Wars and Titanic.
She made me watch Blair Thumb.
Yep.
For Halloween.
Yep.
It was so dumb.
It is so dumb. And yeah, this dude, he went on to create Jimmy Neutron, and
Nice.
And on top of that, he created Barnyard.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ow! She just pinched my cheek.
Oh, God.
I think something's going on in Rachel's room.
What is happening on Rachel's end?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I opened up a video and the video started playing and I freaked out.
Oh.
It's like, no. Also, by the way, anyone who's watching who'd like to send Anna any questions or ask any of us questions, you can do so by tweeting them at BA SherlockCon or giving them to us on our Tumblr page. That's the best way to reach us. It's just hard to get to the Google Plus page for us. Oddly enough.
Maybe it's because Google Plus is kind of crappy. Not saying that Google is bad, but you know, Google Plus.
Google Hangouts improved so much over the past year. Google Plus, Google Hangouts, that was perfect now.
Poor Google. Excuse me. Bless you, son of a bitch.
Hey, Anna.
Yeah.
What kind of socks do you wear?
It's funny, I was also about to ask a sock question.
Black.
Well, I have some colorful ones. I
Those are
have
the ones you got.
pink ones at Target.
You know what? My socks are coolest.
Yeah.
Your socks are invisible.
Yeah.
But typically, ones that cut low. I don't know what they're called.
Low cut.
Oh yeah.
No,
low
literally,
cut.
they're called low cut.
Okay. Then
Bless
yes,
you.
low cut.
Like ankle socks.
Ankle socks.
Well, those are a little higher than ankle.
Well, yeah, these because they're a workout. They're not workout.
If you could touch anyone, who would you touch?
I would touch Benedict Cumberbatch.
And where?
His face. I would touch his face. Okay.
You're real.
But I'm still sticking to my plan.
Oh, here. I don't want to eat it!
Alright then.
I fed Merlin a pita chip.
Violent.
Eat the
Pita chips are sharp.
They are sharp. This is true.
You got it in my nose.
Sorry.
That's not where chips go.
What's wrong?
Put it in your nose.
No, don't put it in my nose, Merlin.
When you know.
Stop it. Nah. Emma hates chocolate. Update for the stream.
I don't hate it.
You hate everything.
No, I don't.
You didn't like Country Bear Jamboree either.
The what?
Nobody gets that joke! So frustrating.
I'm sorry.
Rachel, I have a question for you.
I love questions.
How are you?
How am I?
How are you?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good. I'm kind of tired.
You should probably sleep.
I would love to sleep, but I gotta stay on till midnight.
Nah, just pass out right here, right now. It's okay, we'll cover for you. No one else knows, except for all the viewers.
It'll be just like last year when you fell asleep at the end.
Shut up! I was really tired.
We did a 24-hour live stream.
Yeah,
of course you were tired.
My favorite thing is that I can't rightfully say that I was on for 24 hours. I was only on for 22.
Aw.
They made me go to sleep. Which is why, by the way, why we're not doing a 24-hour one this year.
Why? Then you would get all the weirdos at like 2 a.m.
Oh my god, by the time like 11 o'clock rolls around, so many people who are just vaguely weird and like you've never seen them before just start adding us on Google+.
Yeah. Yep.
Just like people you know do not watch anything related to Sherlock Holmes.
That's how you do it.
We only got 2 weird comments last week, and it was right at the end of the stream. I think we had 20 minutes left, and it was this lady who said, hello, how are you guys today? And then the next comment was, I love you girls! So weird, though. It was like some lady.
Girls bring all the weird ladies to the yard. They're like,
Damn right.
I love you girls. You should give Sherlock, like,
A mustache.
bigger cheekbones.
Needs more cowbell.
I'm gonna hunger. And that hunger is for cowbell.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's perfect.
Yay!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They ripped out Jenna's headphones.
You butthole.
I'm sorry. But hi,
I miss you.
I'm right here.
I miss you already. You're not very good at this patting thing, are you?
No, you should ask Rachel how bad I am at petting.
Hey,
You
Rachel.
are absolutely awful. You don't even try.
What about me?
Are you good at petting?
I remember doing that.
Oh yeah, scratching your head forward. I think you're good at it.
No, you're very bad. Don't do it. Don't. No. No. No.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Have you seen a doctor for that?
No.
I seriously think they'll just be like, yeah.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
Deal with it.
Yeah. Like, I highly doubt that
Like,
they
you just do that.
That's the thing you do now. Get used to it.
like, deal with it.
Sunlight.
You're a doctor. Deal with it.
Just don't yank out my headphones.
That'd be great.
Does he look sunburned enough?
I don't know. I can't tell from this angle.
Or does he
More
just look
cowbell.
pink?
You need more like reds. Like
He needs some scoring.
orangish red. No.
Hit him in the face.
Hit him in the face. It's perfect.
Oh, like that color.
Okay.
That weird pink, red, orange thing.
Pink, red, orange thing.
You know
Sounds
that
Pinata.
pinata? I still
love
have
that.
it.
Do you know what my favorite thing in the world is? That pinata.
Oh, I still have it, so
I'm glad.
it exists.
I went on an adventure to get that pinata.
I appreciate it.
That pinata is 1 year old.
Yay!
You're celebrating the
Get a
pinata's birthday.
Yay!
So is what is it? So is Bass, the cow-shaped giraffe.
No.
That's my eyeball. I will bite these.
They're yours.
They are mine. This is like forced pedaling. Hello, you're my pillow.
It's like you're holding a cat.
Yeah, it's 420.
Yes, this is 420.
420 blaze it.
Get out of here.
I can't. I'm kind of stuck.
What the frick?
What is happening?
I don't know.
The shorter it is, the funnier it is.
But
Yeah.
I think he looks more sunburned.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Yes.
You look so unhappy.
That is the best thing I've ever seen.
Can, in like the left-hand corner, can you just draw a sun that says ha 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 ha? Moriarty the sun.
Just right. Moriarty son. Oh my god.
That's amazing. Most amazing son. Evil grin.
Oh,
That's
it's
not
beautiful.
evil. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Screenshot that.
Yeah, he looks more sunburned now. Oh, poor Sherlock.
Hey Anna,
Yes.
what's the worst sunburn you've ever gotten?
Oh
Was
gosh.
it on your boobs?
Oh,
That pause.
yeah, there was one that was like, it was all on my chest. Yeah. It's real bad. Where were you visiting when you had that? I think, I want to say it was, it might have been Hawaii. That makes sense. My brother also, when he visited Hawaii, he got a huge something all on his back.
Do you guys just not use sunscreen? I'll just hang out in the sun all day long and not wear sunscreen.
Sometimes sunscreen doesn't work.
Yeah.
Fades. It washes off.
Put more on. I mean, like, just love that shit on your face.
What are you making over there, Rachel?
Coffee.
Ah. Sounds about right.
Cucumbers.
Oh, yeah. What? I had like 3 cucumbers in our fridge, and I just chopped them all and put them in a Tupperware container.
Guess who's gonna eat these?
Rachel is. It's a good thing Rachel is because I'm not there to eat them. Okay.
You're so comfortable.
It's cold.
It's hot.
You're hot. No, gross.
No.
Too far away from the Z button. Oh my god, look at that sunburn. It's so beautiful. Hi, Gemini. There you are.
Hey Anna.
Yeah.
Hey Anna.
Yeah.
What is the best mustache that you have ever seen?
The best mustache I've ever seen. Is it probably, yeah, one of those handlebar looking ones.
Alright, I got Merlin.
Really,
Broke her.
really cute, majestic, like Victorian. Oh my god. Or is it Victorian? I don't know.
Is Merlin okay?
I showed her something Star Trek and she got very excited.
Yeah.
Oh, nerd stuff. Okay.
Don't you like help run a convention? Aren't you kind of a nerd?
I didn't say it was a bad thing. Anytime I get really excited over something, it's either nerd stuff, I saw a cute dog, I saw a cat, I saw a child. Oh my god, though, there was this dog yesterday. This tiny little poodle. And I can't explain how tiny he was. He looked like a teddy bear.
Oh my
He
god.
was and he was like curly haired, and oh my god, I freaked the fuck out.
Did he have the puppy cut?
I lost it. It's so weird.
Did he have the puppy cut?
The puppy cat?
The puppy cut. It's a kind of like grooming, like a fur length, you know?
Oh. I think
Mine's
so.
really
He
short.
was a poodle.
Poodles mostly have the puppy cuts.
He was so little. Dog was so tiny. Oh, Charlie. Anna,
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah?
favorite hair color?
My favorite hair color. What, on other people or my, like, what I would like to see on myself?
Go red.
I don't care, either one.
Oh, either way. I like on other people are like lighter hair, and then I yes, I would like to go red. I've tried going like stop sign red before, but didn't work out. But right, I am thinking about bleaching my hair for a cosplay.
Do it. What cosplay? Pokemon?
No. It's Lucy from Wicked and the Divine. It's a new comic.
I have a
This series. Do?
Oh.
Let me go see the.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, though. Anna, can you dye your hair red and be that camera guy from Pokemon?
Camera.
Yeah, from like Pokemon Snap. He just takes pictures. That's all I know.
Probably.
Every time you do something with your hair, you look vaguely like a different character from Pokemon. I swear.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Huh.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon? It's Scraggy.
What the fuck is that?
It's one of the newer ones.
Scraggy?
Yeah. Yeah. You have to look him up.
Oh my god, that thing's so ugly.
He's so cute. You mean he's so cute?
He looks like a gecko that was made in a factory, but he was a factory defect. Doesn't even look like an animal. He doesn't even look like a drawing. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this. Yeah. That looks like a sad collection of polygons.
What?
Excuse me.
What's it?
Hey, Anna.
Huh.
Hey, Anna. Hey, Anna.
Yes.
Hey, Anna.
Yes.
Hey, Anna.
Yes. Yeah.
What's your favorite Digimon?
Oh man.
All right.
Lilymon.
Really? Oh yeah.
Yeah, isn't she the fairy one? Fairy looking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a Togemon.
Togemon, yeah.
Togemon ultimate form.
I totally do not remember Digimon at all. Like, I watched it, and I don't remember any of it.
I watched it religiously. So I retained some of it, but
I remember there were, like, the later, like, whatever they're called, where they look like angels and stuff, and they look awesome.
oh yeah. That was who
Anjumon
was
and
that?
Anjawomon. Cat?
Yes, there's a cat.
Can I see the cat? Who's the cat? Cat. Cat. Yes.
Hang on.
Are you showing them the cat?
I'm gonna show them the cat.
Oh my god.
I want to be in frame.
Yeah. There's a cat. Hello.
Oh, kitty. Kitty. Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
It's just like, oh my god.
Okay, hi.
Cat. Cat, look at me. Cat. No, back. No, back.
I can't.
Bro.
Okay. We tablet.
Hi. It's a kitty.
Kitty. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey kitty. Hi kitty. Hey cat. Hey cat. Hey cat. Hey cat. Hey cat. Cat. Psst. Cat. 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 Oh, the speakers aren't on. Look at me. Cat. Cat. Kitty. Oh my god, you're so pretty. Kitty. Oh. Doesn't like me. Alright then. Kitty. So cute.
Kitty.
Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty.
Oh, by the way, in my trunk, I have various Sherlock Con banners, physical banners, that were from the last convention.
Kitty.
I don't know if you're just distracted.
Kitty. Kitty. You're really cute.
Calm down.
Oh, hey, no! What? Bro. Bro, please. Bro. Kitty.
I love this Sherlock Con stream featuring.
Why does the cat have a bald spot, though?
Where?
Right on its head.
That's just later.
Oh, it looks like a bald spot. Kitty. Kitty.
Can people watching the stream see the cat?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was just hoping.
Imagine how funny it'd be if we couldn't though. Kitty, 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 kitty. Where?
Yeah, because that's what they wanted when they clicked on Fairy Show.
Yeah.
Screenshot it from on Tumblr. 1,000 people showed up.
Featuring a live cat. Come to our con. We'll have a cat.
This is actually the Sherlock Holmes mascot.
Yeah.
No, Sherlock.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Seriously, bring in the cat named Sherlock.
He's pretty skittish.
Oh.
Brian Johnson's cat?
What?
Kitty.
I have a cat named Sherlock. This is not that cat.
Aw. Aw. Kitty. Oh, he's so comfy.
He's laying on my foot. Partially.
Do you want him off?
No, it's okay.
Oh, Annabelle.
No. No.
I just want to know what time it is. God.
Cat. Oh, kitty.
Who else is here?
I don't know.
He wasn't there anymore.
Oh, kidding.
This is the happiest the cat's been in a while. I lost my phone.
This cat is so calm. I wish I was that cat.
So you could be petted.
Yeah. Cat. Oh, I'm sleepy now.
Someone took their headphones out.
Oh, that was me.
You said you really changed it.
I did that.
Did what?
Back screen.
Oh.
Kitty. Oh. Oh my god, Merlin.
Yeah.
Merlin.
Yeah.
Can you join the stream on your laptop and just have the cat be on it? See if the cat got excited for that.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Anna, can you get the laptop? It's so far away. You don't eat this.
Cute.
At least you have a cute butt, though, right?
Yeah.
You're in my house.
Yeah, we get out.
How the hell do I join this stupid live stream?
Kitty, don't eat that. No. Oh.
How do I get on?
Go to your email.
You can click on it.
Kitty, don't eat that. No. Kitty. Glaring at me.
No.
Oh, baby. Hey, look, it's Merlin. Kitty.
Two angles of cat. I don't understand. Is this
Oh,
just
hello.
okay.
Hi, Anna.
How do you
Hi there.
doing? What are we doing?
Oh, yeah, back to this.
You're being choked. Man, where did Professor Fan go?
Am I in the stream?
You have to turn your camera on.
Okay.
Did it work?
Is that? Am I there?
Nope.
It's weird. She has her video on.
Is the light on?
Yeah.
Go up to the top and hit the little cog on the settings.
No, I got that. I'm not on the same page as.
Oh, well, now you're gone.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she was actually in the conversation.
Okay, I got into that. Now, just. Can you move your laptop? Thank you for needing a cat.
Although we could plug it into your laptop, the microphone. With the headphones.
You see the cat? The video's on.
Cat.
Remember?
Oh. Now I just see Anna, though.
What is going on? What the heck?
No. Kitty, don't.
Kitty. Oh.
You're there. That's weird.
How are you in that video call? Like, in that window? I can't get that window.
I know.
Okay, there goes Merlin.
Nope.
Yay, Kitty.
No. Don't.
Oh, baby. Oh.
Cat. Don't! No!
Oh my god, stop.
This one's mine.
Kitty.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kitty.
Very Sherlock on bringing you,
Pleasure by a cat.
bringing you great entertainment in the form of a cat playing with a USB cord.
2 weeks in the making. Kitty. Cat is not amused. Hey, it's Jordan again.
Am I? I can't.
He's so confused.
Ah, you're biting me!
Nope. See, look.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Man. Maybe you have to approve.
Wait. Jordan, are you on mobile?
No.
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
No, never mind then. I don't know why.
I think you have to approve my thing.
No, man. I can send you another invite.
Yeah. People who are watching this
They're so
confused.
I would apologize, but there's a cat. Kitty.
Answer.
Oh my god.
I know.
That's so weird.
Oh, Kitty, moved. Yay, Kitty.
Why?
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
This is the most frustration.
It's okay.
4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, it's just a cat.
Pretty much.
I make no apologies. Kitty. Kitty.
Don't eat the cord. Oh my god, you're gonna choke and die.
Hi, Emma.
Hi. Hold on.
Far away.
Yeah.
Pet the cat. Pet it.
So no more streaming. No more art. Just
No.
cat.
Just the cat.
We're turned into a Sherlock and Cats convention.
So basically.
I like this.
It's a Sherlock cat AU.
Oh my god.
Catlock.
Catlock.
Kitty. Hey, Merlin.
What?
What's this cat's name?
This is L-O. L-O. It's, yeah, I was 8. 9.
What's its name?
L-O. Like,
Letter L and O.
the letter L and then the letter O. It's initials.
Oh. Alright.
Also, fat. Cat. This is the cat with too many nicknames to count.
Sometimes. Much fun.
Such art. Wow. Cool. That was fun.
Kitty. Oh. Oh. Kitty paws.
You put up with so much. Oh no. What's Anna doing? Think how long it will take to get away from here? Yes, she is.
Kitty. This cat is so done.
He is. He's
Nah.
so cute. So many cords.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, Kitty. Kitty.
Oh my god!
Hey, Rachel, I think you have a problem.
You know, I don't live that far away. If you really want to see the kitty, you could come here.
She has multiple.
It takes like 3 hours to get to you, Merlin.
2.
Like 3, though.
2.
By Caltrain. By Muni, another hour.
2.
Why don't you come see me? Bring the cat to me.
No! The cat is not transportable. And
Cat literally can transport itself. Have you seen Homeward Bound?
Oh my god, no.
That's a poor example.
It only takes like 30 minutes by Caltrain to get from SF to here. I'm thinking the bullet.
Kitty. I like this cat. That is a good cat.
I'm aware. This is so Sherlock Holmes. Cats, totally. What's she doing?
Hmm?
Is she texting you?
No. Maybe.
Kitty.
Oh.
What? Cat, no!
Why?
Why don't you get another cat? Feature another cat.
Okay.
I don't know what to do now.
Okay.
Sorry, I guess.
Featuring special guest cats. Another cat.
Well, we still have 8 minutes.
What, really?
Oh my god, really?
I'm really sorry that you guys are on the extra hour.
You're running inside.
Sorry. Oh, is that Sherlock? No, that's Romeo.
You keep running.
Oh my god, cat! Oh my god.
You're also sitting on my foot.
Oh, kitty.
Your foot is so comfortable for cats.
Apparently.
Just like,
This cat does not know what to do.
This one also wants to play with headphones.
Don't do the thing.
Oh.
Question.
Yes,
Whose phone is that by Merlin's arm?
that's my one's.
iPhone?
Yeah. What's the sticker on it?
It's Tara. I think.
Is that me?
No,
Oh, no, it's not.
no. Oh, the cat left.
From,
Cat left.
oh man!
Yeah, it's Cara's.
From a distance, it.
Mine and hers.
Oh, sorry. From a distance, it looks like the moon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cat, what are you doing?
Cat, stop it.
So many disappointing things. So many.
Life is disappointing.
So. Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Stupid. Window. Jeez. I don't know where my. It usually shows me the size of my brush. It disappeared. So I'm kind of going blind. Going in blind. Cool. Oh.
Meow. Nope, stop him.
Hey.
Kitty, no!
Getting up again. I hate you. Get out of here.
No, don't be mean to the cat. No. Instead, be friends. Be friends with cat.
You know, it's art.
We are a
It's
Class A
forever
operation.
on the stream.
Excuse me.
Rachel said we're a classy operation.
Oh yeah, super classy.
So classy.
I'm gonna sit on my foot.
Just like a cat.
Look at that art do its thing. Yep. You're so annoying with your perfect art. Sorry.
You should be sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
That is my thigh. That is my butt. That is also my butt. That is also harassment.
What are you doing?
Harassment.
Oh, hey.
Not cool.
Hey, Anna.
Yeah.
Scoot over.
Oh, alright.
Where's which one's mine?
They're here.
Ah.
Wait.
For those of you that can't see, we have way too many cords on here.
Oh, too many chords going on. That's mine. Those are mine. Why?
How?
There you go.
Thanks.
I cannot believe we had a cat on for a solid half hour.
What? What happened?
I'm proud, but I'm still surprised by that.
What?
There's a cat on
Oh.
for literally a half hour.
Yep.
Did you just tweet my cat?
I didn't just tweet.
But we were joined by another guest.
My cat. Someone tweeted my cat.
Professor L.O. Shadow. Oh, wait, I'm not on camera. Ooh, if you do it really fast, it looks like a blur. I am to the point of being not professional at all, aren't I? Jose's in the background.
Yeah, I kind of kicked him out the first time during my talking time because he was playing games. He was like laying across the bed being a weirdo, so I asked him to leave. I traded him for the cute
Aw.
dog instead, but now I traded back.
Oh, does June not there then?
She's downstairs. She's in the crate. It's nap time.
Oh. Oh, nap time for June.
I mean, I can bring her
Yeah,
back
Sabrina
up.
was. I mean, eventually. And oh, things are happening. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Things are happening.
what things are happening?
Oh, one of the SoCal Sherlockians.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, did I get the schedule mixed up? I think I got the schedule mixed up.
Wasn't there going to be tea discussion?
No, they're not until 6. Yeah. I I always get the times of 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock mixed up because the numbers are so similar. Oh, sorry.
So that's supposed to be early evening tea and reader's theater.
Yeah.
You're still the feature pets.
Oh. I don't know how Google Hangouts work. If the SoCal Sherlockians are currently watching, I'm going to shoot you guys a quick email because I don't know how the chat window works at all.
It's sort of like it's a dark brown.
But also it's surprisingly dark. Everyone thinks it's like literally like comics.
Well, because he has gray in it. Yeah. So people kind of. Well, I know I find like an in between. So.
So I think I'm gonna go ahead and gonna go right into the Reader's Theater for this evening, and thank you so much to Anna and Jenna and Merlin for being on as long as you guys were. I really do appreciate that, even if we just had a cat for a while.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
But you guys are welcome to stay on as long as you like, and we're going to have some other discussion groups later on in the evening if you'd like to join again. Infinite Loop!
Oh, there
What
it
are you...
Infinite.
Oh my god.
I'm trying not to scream. There we go. Yeah. You're. Hi.
Hi there. You goofballs.
Hi.
But you guys are welcome to
I
check
think
out for a while.
Oh, well, I think we're gonna pop out. So, thanks for having me on. That's on.
Thank you so much for being on. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. It was mostly about her. Alright, have fun, you guys.
We will. Thank you so much again.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
Yo. So, Shadow, we're gonna let you go ahead and lead right in onto the Reader's Theater. You can start whenever you're comfortable. I'm gonna have myself muted on camera and audio, and if you need anything, just ping me in the chat. But leave it to you now.
Okay. Am I reading for the whole hour or just a half an hour?
Just until the end of the story.
The end of the story?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that, man. There's a lot of stories.
You'd be surprised how quickly people read. Like, most of the stories when I have people on for reading, they get through them very quickly.
How long is the speckled band? Oh, it's 12 pages. Okay, well, if there's police sirens in the background, it's because my husband is playing video games because he didn't ask for any of this. And I kicked him out for the first time. So he gets to listen to me read. Give me 5 minutes so that I can shut the door downstairs so that there's no barking dogs or anything like that. So give me 1 minute.
Okay. Just as a general reminder to everyone watching, please do keep on for our Twitter and Tumblr and Facebook feeds. We've been putting up updates as they come along. If you'd like, please send an email to bayareasherlockcon@gmail.com and we can get you an invite. Sorry for any of the delays or unexpected occurrences in the stream, but we've been having a lot of fun, so I hope everyone's enjoying it. We'll be on in a minute or so, and thank you so much for your patience.
Okie dokie, guys. I am going to be reading The Speckled Band, and then just to check, Rachel, is my sound okay still? I'm good? Okie dokie. Alright, then I will start The Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle. In glancing over my notes, of the 70-odd cases in which I have, during the last 8 years, studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace, for working as he did, rather than for the love of his art, than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that of which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon my record before, but as promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady to whom the pledge was given. It is perhaps as well that the facts should now come to light, for I have reasons to know that there are widespread rumors as to the death of Dr. Grimsby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was in early April, in the year 1883, that I woke in the morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing, fully dressed, by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and the clock in the mantelpiece showed me that it was only 7:15. I blinked up at him in some surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I myself was regular in my habits. "Very sorry to knock you up, Watson," he said, "but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson has been knocked up," she retorted upon me, "and I on you." "What is it then? A fire?" "No, a client. It seems a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting room. Now, when young ladies wander around the metropolis at this hour in the morning and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing in which they have to communicate. Should it prove to be interesting, you would, I am sure, wish to follow up on the outset of this case. I thought, at any rate, that I should call on to you and give you the chance." "My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything," I said. I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring a rapid deductions as swift... Sorry. I'm going to turn this off so that it doesn't... There we go. Sorry, guys. Admiring the rapid deductions, as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis, with which he unravelled the problems which were submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes,
my friend down to the sitting room. A lady dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered. "Good morning, madam," said Holmes cheerily. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering." "It is not the cold which makes me shiver," said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested. "What then?" "It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror." She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation. Her face was drawn and gray, with restless, frightened eyes, like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature gray, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances. "You must not fear," he said soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm. "We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see. You know me, then?" "No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you had a good drive in the dog-cart, along heavy roads, before you reached the station." The lady gave a violent start, and stared in bewilderment at my companion. "There is no mystery, my dear madam," said he, smiling. "The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle, saving a dog-cart, which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver. Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct," said she. "I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none save only one who cares for me, and he, poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Miss Farintosh, from whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I had your address. Oh, sir, do you not think that you could help me too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? As present as it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then at least you shall not find me ungrateful." Holmes turned around to his desk, unlocking it, and drew out a small case-book, which he consulted. "Farintosh," said he. "Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. I can only say, madam, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. And as to reward, my profession is its own reward, but you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to, and at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter." "Alas," replied our visitor, "the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points, which might seem trivial to another, that even he whom of all others I have the right to look for to help, in advance looks upon all I can tell him about it as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of a human's heart. You may devise me how to walk amid the dangers which encompass me." "I am all attention, madam." "My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey." Holmes nodded his head. "His name is familiar to me," said he. "The family was at one time among the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders to Berkshire in the north, to Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and in the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which is itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out of his existence where living a horrible life of an aristocratic pauper. But his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative, which enabled him to take a medical degree, and went out to Calcutta, where, by his professional skill and his force of character, he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, he caused some robberies, which had been perpetrated at the house. He beat his native butler to death and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment, and afterwards returned to England in a morose and disappointed man. When Dr. Roylott was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner, of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julia and I were twins. We were only 2 years old at the time my mother remarried. She had considerable sum of money, no less than 1,000 quid a year, and she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott entirely while we resided with him, with provision that a certain annual sum would be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return from England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Roylott then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all of our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbors, who had at first been overjoyed to see Roylott of Stoke Moran back at the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house and seldom came out, save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper approaching to mania has been hereditary in the men of my family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long resistance in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in the police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength, and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week, he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all, save the wandering gypsies, and he would give those vagabonds leave to encamp upon the few acres of bramble-covered land which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away from them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which are sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon, which wander freely over his grounds, and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say, my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all of the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has. Your sister is dead, then? She died 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were likely to see anyone our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westphal, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits at the lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met their half-pay Major of Marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned and offered no objection to the marriage, but within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for their wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion. Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed and his head sunk in the cushion. that he half opened his lids now and glanced across at his visitor. Pray be precise as to details," said he. "It is easy for me to be so, for every event of that dreadful time was seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very old, and the only wing is now uninhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, the sitting rooms behind the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylett's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain? Perfectly so. The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. The fatal night Dr. Roylett had gone into his room early, though we knew that he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of strong Indian cigars which it was the custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time, chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," said she, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?" "Never," said I. "I suppose that you could not possibly whistle yourself in your sleep?" "Certainly not. But why?" "Because during these past few nights I have always, about 3 in the morning, heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from. Perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it." "No, I have not. It must be those wretched gypsies in the plantation." "Very likely. And yet if it were on the lawn, I wonder why you did not hear it also." "Ah, but I sleep more heavily than you." "Well, it is of no great consequence at any rate." She smiled back at me, closed my door, and a few moments later I heard the key turn in the lock. "Indeed," said Holmes. "Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?" "Always. And why?" "I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feelings of security unless our doors were locked." "Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement." "I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle there are links which bind 2 souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth a wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped in a shawl, and rushed to the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle such as my sister had described, and a few moments later a clanging sound, as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down my passage, my sister's door was unlocked, and revolved slowly open upon its hinges. I stared, horror-stricken, not knowing about what was about to issue from it. But by the light of the corridor lamp I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms around her, but at that moment her knees seemed to give way, and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shall never forget. "Oh my God, Helen! It was the band! The speckled band!" There was something else which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger into the air at the direction of the doctor's room, but a fresh convulsion seized her and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room with his dressing gown. When he had reached my sister's side, sorry guys, that was the alarm to remind me to come back for the cast. Back to the story. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in the dressing gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious. and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid to the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister. "One moment," said Holmes. "Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?" That was what the country coroner asked me at the inquiry. It is my strong impression that I heard it, and yet, among the crash of the gale and the creaking of an old house, I may have possibly been deceived. Was your sister distressed? Was your sister dressed? No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found a charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox. Showing that she had struck a light and looked about her when the alarm took place. This is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to? He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylott's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by an old-fashioned shutter with broad iron bars, which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all round, and the flooring was also thoroughly examined with the same result. The chimney is wide, but is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her. How about poison? The doctors examined her for it, but without success. What do you think that this unfortunate lady died of, then? It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her I cannot imagine. Were there gypsies on the plantation at the time? Yes, there are nearly always some there. Ah, and what did your father from his allusion to a band, a speckled band? Sometimes I have thought that it was merely the wild talk of delirium. Sometimes it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps those very gypsies on the plantation. I do not know whether the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested a strange adjective which she used. Holmes shook his head like a man who is far from being satisfied. "These are very deep waters," said he. "Pray go on with your narrative." 2 years have passed since then, and my life has been only lately lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend whom I have known for many years has done me the honor to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, and the second son of Mr. Armitage of Cranewater, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and asleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake, thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen from the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again, however, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight I slipped down, got a dog cart for the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come to you this morning, with one object of seeing you and asking your advice. You have done wisely, said my friend, but have you told me all? Yes, all. Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather. Why? What do you mean? For answers, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist. You have been cruelly used, said Holmes. The lady colored deeply and covered her injured wrist. He is a hard man, she said, and perhaps he hardly knows his own strength. There was a long silence, during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hands and stared into the crackling fire. "This is very deep business," he said at last. "There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon the course of action. Yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stroke Moran today, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather? As it happens, he spoke from coming into town today, upon some of the most important business. It is probable that he will be away all day, and that there would be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she's old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way." "Excellent. You are not adverse to this trip, Watson?" "By no means." "Then we shall both come. What are you going to do for yourself?" "I have 1 or 2 things which I would wish to do now that I am on my own in town, but I shall return by 12 o'clock by train, so as to be in the time for your coming. And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matter to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast?" "No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon." She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room. "And what do you think of it all, Watson?" asked Holmes, leaning back in his chair. "It seems to me that the most dark and sinister business." "Dark and sinister enough. Yet if the lady is correct in saying that the flooring and the walls are sound, and that the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must have been undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end. What becomes, then, of this nocturnal whistles? And what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman? I cannot think. When you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gypsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, and the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and finally the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place, I think that there is a good ground to think that the mystery may have been cleared along those lines. But what, then, did the gypsies do? I cannot imagine. I see many objections to any such theory. And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stroke Moran this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away. But what in the name of the devil? The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door had been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat and a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters, with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span across side from side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked it with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes, and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat of the resemblance of a fierce old bird of prey. "Which of you is Holmes?" he asked this apparition. "My name, sir. But you have the advantage of me," said my companion quietly. "I am Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stroke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," said Holmes blandly. "Pray take a seat." "I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you?" "It is a little cold for that this time of year," said Holmes. "What has she been saying to you?" screamed the old man furiously. "But I have heard that the crushes promise well," and continued my companion imperturbably. "Ha, you put me off, don't you?" said the new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop. "I know you, you scoundrel. I have heard of you before. You are Holmes, the meddler." My friend smiled. Holmes, the busybody. He smiled. His smile broadened. Holmes, the Scotland Yard jack-in-office. Holmes chuckled heartily. Your conversation is most entertaining, said he. When you go out, close the door, for it is decided draught. I will go when I have said my say. Don't you dare meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here. He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it in the curve with his huge brown hands. See that you keep yourself out of my grip, he snarled, and hurling the twisted poker into the fireplace, he strode out of the room. He seems a very amiable person, said Holmes, laughing. I am not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own. As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker and, with a sudden effort, straightened it out again. Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation. However, I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctors' Commons, where I hope to get the data which may help us in the matter. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held his hand in a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over with notes and figures. I have seen the will of the deceased wife, said he. To determine the exact meaning, I have obliged to work with the present pieces in the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was a little short of 100,000 quid, is now, through the fall agricultural prices, not much more than 750 quid. Each daughter can claim income of 250 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had married, this beauty would have had more pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest of motives for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are investigating ourselves in his affairs. So if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I should be very much obliged if you were to slip your revolver into your pocket. At Waterloo, we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with the bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of the pleasant smell of moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of spring and the sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap, his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and pointed over the meadows. "Look there," said he. A heavily timbered park stretching up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out a grey gables, and a high-roofed tree at a very old mansion. "Stroke Moran?" said he. "Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimsby Roylott," remarked the driver. "There is some building going on there," said Holmes. "That is where we are going." "There's the village," said the driver, pointing to a cluster of roofs in the distance of the left. "But if you want to get in the house, you'll find it shorter to go over this little stile, and so by footpath over the fields. There it is, where the lady's walking." "And the lady I fancy is Mrs. Stoner," observed Holmes, shading his eyes. "Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest." We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead. "I thought it as well," said Holmes, as we climbed the stile. that this fellow should think that we had come here as architects or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see we have been as good as our word. Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face that spoke for joy. I have been waiting so eagerly for you, she cried, shaking hands with us warmly. All has turned around splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and it is unlikely that he will be back before evening. We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance, said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to the lips as she listened. Good heavens, she cried. He has followed me, then. So it appears. He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns? He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon this track. You must lock yourself up from him tonight. If he is violent, we shall take you away to your aunt's at Harrow. Now we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine. The building was a lot of grey, lichen blotched stone, with a high central portion and two curving wings, like the claws of a crab, thrown out on each side. In one of these wings the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards. While the roof was partly carved in, a picture of ruin, the central portion was in a little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows, which the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys, showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows. This, I take it, belongs to the room which you used to sleep. The center one, up to your sister's, and the one in the main building to Dr. Roylott's chamber? Exactly so, but I'm now sleeping in the middle one. Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any pressing need for repairs at the end of the wall. There were none. I believe that it was an excuse to move me from my room. Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these three rooms open. There are windows in it, of course? Yes, but very small ones. Too narrow for anyone to pass through. As you both locked your doors at night, your rooms were unapproachable from the outside. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters? Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavored in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be pressed to raise the bar. Then, with his lens, he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the massive masonry. "Humph," said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity. My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter. A small side of the door led into the whitewashed corridor from which 3 bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the third chamber, so we passed at once to the second, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in the corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, 2 small wicker work chairs, made up the furniture in the room, save for the square of Wilton carpet in the center. The boards round at the end paneling of the walls were brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and discolored that they may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs in the corner and sat silent, while his eyes traveled around the room, taking in every detail of the apartment. "Where does that bell communicate with?" he asked at last. pointing to a thick bell rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow. "It goes to the housekeeper's room. It looks newer than the other things. Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago. Your sister asked for it, I suppose?" "No, I never heard of her using it. We used to always get what we wanted for ourselves." Indeed, it seemed unnecessary to put so nice a bell there. "You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself at this floor?" He threw himself down upon his face with his lens in his hand, and crawled swiftly backward and forward, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork in which the chamber was paneled. Finally, he walked over to the bed, and spent some time in staring at it, and in running his eye up and down the wall. Finally, he took his bell rope in his hand, and gave it a brisk tug. "Why, it's a dummy," said he. "Won't it ring?" "No, it's not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see how it is fastened, to hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is." "How very absurd. I never noticed that before." "Very strange," muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope. "There are only one or two very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator into another room, when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air." "That is also quite modern," said the lady. "Done about the same time as the bell rope?" remarked Holmes. "Yes, there were several little changes carried about that time. They seem to have been of a most interesting character. Dummy, bell ropes, and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment." Dr. Grimsby Roylott's chamber was longer than that of his stepdaughter, but it was plainly furnished. A camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, and an armchair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, and around the table a large iron safe were the principal things which met his eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with keenest interest. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe. "My stepfather's business papers." "Oh? You have seen inside, then?" "Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers." "There isn't a cat in it, for example?" "No. What a strange idea." "Well, look at this." He took up a small saucer of milk which stood at the top of it. "No, we don't keep a cat. But there's a cheetah and a baboon." "Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine." He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat with the greatest attention. "Thank you. That is quite settled," said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket. "Hello, here's something interesting." The object of which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung on the door of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied as to make a loop of a whipcord. "What do you make of that, Watson?" "It's a common enough lead. I don't know why it should be tied." "That's not quite so common, is it? Ah, me, it's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brains to crime, it's the worst of all. I think that you've seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission, we shall walk out upon the lawn." I had never seen my friend's face so grim, or his brow so dark, as when we turned from the scene of this investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break in upon his thoughts before he roused himself for his reverie. "It is very essential, Miss Stoner," said he, "that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect." "I shall most certainly do so." "The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance. I assure you that I am in your hands. In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room. Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment. Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that this is the village inn over here. Yes, that is the Crown. Very good. Your windows would be visible from there? Certainly. You must confine yourself to your room on pertinence of a headache, and when your stepfather comes back. Then, when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window, undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want in the room which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night. Oh, yes, easily. The rest you will leave in our hands. But what will you do? We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of this noise which has disturbed you. I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind, said Miss Stoner, laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve. Perhaps I have. Then, for pity's sake, tell me what was the cause of my sister's death. I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak. You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, and that if she died from some sudden fright. No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us on our journey, would be all in vain. Goodbye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we will soon drive away your dangers that threaten you. Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty engaging a bedroom and sitting in the room of the Crown Inn. They were in the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate and of the inhabited wing of the Stroke Manor House. At dusk we saw Dr. Grimsby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice and saw the fury in which he shook his clenched fist at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up among the trees as the lamp lit on one of the sitting rooms. Do you know, Watson, said Holmes, as we were sitting together in the gathering darkness, I have really some scruples as to taking you tonight. There's a distinct element of danger. Can I be of assistance? Your presence might be invaluable. Then I shall certainly come. It is very kind of you. You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than there was visible to me. No, but I fancy that I have made deduced a little more. I imagine that you saw all that I did. I saw nothing remarkable save the bell rope, and what purpose that answer could I confess is more than I can imagine. You saw the ventilator, too? Yes, but I do not think it is such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through. I knew that we should find a ventilator before we ever came to Stroke Moran. My dear Holmes! Oh, yes, I did. You remember her statement that she said her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar. Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator. But what harm can there be in that? Well, there's at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does that not strike you? I cannot as yet see any connection. Did you observe anything very peculiar about that bed? No. It was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before? I cannot say that I have. The lady could not move her bed. It must have always been in the same relative position to the ventilator and the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell pull. Holmes, I cried, I can see dimly what you are hinting at. We are only just in time to prevent some trouble and some horrible crime. Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor goes wrong, he is in the first of criminals. He has nerve and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper, but I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe and turn our minds for a few hours into something more cheerful. About 9 o'clock, the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then, suddenly, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone right out in front of us. "That is our signal," said Holmes, springing to his feet. "It comes from the middle window." As we passed out, he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining what we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later, we were out in the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one's yellow light twinkling in front of us in the gloom to guide us on our somber errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were able to enter through the window, when out of a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs, and then ran swiftly across the lawn into the darkness. "My God," I whispered, "did you see it?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips on my ear. "This is a nice household," he said. He murmured, "That is the baboon." I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes's example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved a lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes around the room. And all was as we had seen it in the daytime. Then, creeping up and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear, again so gently that it was all I could do to distinguish the words. The least sound would be fatal to our plans. I nodded, to show that I had heard. "We must sit without a light. He would see it through the ventilator." I nodded again. "Do not go to sleep. Your very life may depend upon it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed and you in the chair." I took out my revolver and laid it on the corner table. Holmes had brought up a long, thin cane, and thus he had placed upon the bed beside him. By it he had laid a box of matches and a stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget this dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew that my companion sat open-eyed within a few feet of me, in the same state of nervous tension which I was myself in. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From the outside came the occasional cry of a night bird, and once at our very own window, a long-drawn cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters. 12 struck, and then 1 and 2 and 3, and we still sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly, there was a momentary gleam of a light in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I had heard a gentle sound of movement, and then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears, and suddenly another sound became audible. a very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell pull. "You see it, Watson?" he yelled. "You see it?" But I saw nothing. At the moment which Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare of flashing into my weary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what was that which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I have ever listened. It swelled up louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger all mingled in the one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village, even in the distant parsonage, that cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It stuck cold into our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes, and he at me, until from the last echoes of it had died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped. "It means that it's all over," Holmes answered. "And perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol, and we will enter Dr. Roylott's room." With a grave face he lit the lamp and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck the chamber, and without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered, I at his heels, with a cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with the shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, and the door of which was ajar. Beside the table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimsby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into the red heelless Turkish slippers. Upon his lap lay the short stock for the long lash which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band, with the brownish speckles which seemed to be bound tightly round his head. As we entered, he made neither sound nor motion. "The band! The speckled band!" whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent. "It is a swamp adder," cried Holmes, "the deadliest snake in India. He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and then we can remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter, and let the county police know what has happened." As he spoke, he drew the dog whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose around the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and, carrying it at arm's length, drew it into the iron safe which he had closed upon it. Such are the true facts of death of Dr. Grimsby Roylott, of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run too great a length by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, or how we conveyed to her by the morning train to take care of her good aunt at Harrow, of how slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor had met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little to which I had yet to learn of the case was told to me by Sherlock Holmes as we traveled back the next day. "I had," said he, "come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it always is to reason from insufficient data. The presence of gypsies, and the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl, no doubt, to explain the appearance which she had caught in a hurried glimpse by the light of her match, were sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window or the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already remarked to you, to this ventilator and to the bell rope, which hung down to the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy, and that the bed was clamped to the floor, instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through, the hole coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track. The idea of using a form of poison which could not possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just such a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had had an Eastern training. The rapidity to which a sudden poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner, indeed, who could distinguish the two little dark punctures for which would show where the poison fangs had gone to their work. I then thought of the whistle. Of course he must recall the snake before the morning. Light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of milk, which we saw, to return to him when he summoned. He would put it through his ventilator at the hour that he thought best, with certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant, perhaps. She might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim. I had come to these conclusions before I ever had entered the room. An inspection of his chair showed me that he had been in the habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he should reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, and the loop of the whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts of which I have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the step in which I took to put the matter to the proof. Sorry. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused the snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimsby Roylett's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. That's it, guys.
Woo! Thank you, Shadow.
Thanks. Sorry, I had to cough for like 3 paragraphs, and I tried not to.
Oh, that's okay. That was really great from you. So it's just about 6:10 now. I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream so we can start the secondary one, which otherwise we can't have one more than 8 hours. And we're gonna have the SoCal Sherlockians on. So if you and Sabrina would like to join that stream, you'll get an email soon, and I'll go ahead and stop this broadcast, and we'll get right to it. Thank you so much again, Shadow.
No problem. It's fun.